If it's too good to be true, it probably is. Huwag magpabiktima. Baka makompromiso lang ang privacy mo.
OMG! Nanalo ko ng BMW! Pero wala naman akong sinalihan eh.
Hi sir! Pa-fill up naman po ng online form namin with free gifts.
Yes, ako yun.
Sir, your 5 million peso loan has been approved. I need to verify your full name, address, and birthday.
My full name is...
Huwag magpabiktima sa mga modus na ganito. Ang personal information na ibinibigay mo ay maaaring magamit ng labag sa iyo. That is why privacy matters. Kakampi mo ang National Privacy Commission. Protektahan ang iyong right to privacy. Piliin ang pagkakatiwalaan ng personal information mo.
Ako ay biktima ng identity theft. Mahilig na ako ng data ko, nagpanggap na ako, at nag-loan sa pangalan ko.
Ako ay biktima ng SIM swapping. Gamit yung cellphone number ko, in-access yung mga online accounts ko, pati yung pera ko sa bangko sinimot.
Ako ay biktima ng paninirang puri ng isang lending. Nakuha na pala nila lahat ng phone contacts ko nang walang paalam. Nang minsang na-delay ang bayad ko, pinagkalat nila ito at pinahiya ako. Pati contacts ko hinaras.
Ako po ang inyong Privacy Commissioner Raymond Enriquez Liboro na nagsasabing di mo kailangan manatiling biktima. Fraudsters at violators lang sila. Pero data subject ka. Sa ilalim ng Data Privacy Act of 2012, protektado at may laban ka. Ano mang paglabag sa iyong privacy, ireklamo agad. Tandaan, hindi pwedeng gamitin ang datos mo ng ganun-ganun na lang. Dapat ipinaalam sa iyo. Dapat may consent o permiso mo. Maliban na lamang kung may ibang legal na basihan. Ang consent ay dapat informed, freely given, at specific sa purpose. Hindi rin pwedeng lumagpas sa purpose na ito. At dapat, sakto lang ang dami ng datos na kokolektahin sa iyo. Kakampi mo ang National Privacy Commission dahil naniniwala kami na dapat ang datos ng Pilipino protektado. Hindi ako tinanong noong Miss Universe, pero sa totoo lang, the most significant change I've seen in the world in the past 10 years is the rise of information as the primary mover of policy and economies. Sa mga industriya, tahanan, at mga pamahalaan sa buong mundo, naka-internet at automated na ang mga pang-araw-araw na bagay at gawain, kahit ang paghahanap ng pag-ibig. Ang privacy ngayon, hindi na tungkol sa lugar at kung sino ang iyong kasama. Tungkol ito sa personal information na nais at hindi nais ibahagi sa iba. Kahit ba sa tingin mo, wala ka naman dapat ikahiya o itago. Ang cellphone number mo ba? Kung kani-kanino mo lang ibibigay? I-address, social security number, passport information, pangalan ng mga magulang at paaralan ng mga anak. Ako si Raymond Enriquez Liboro, Chairman ng National Privacy Commission. Trabaho naming siguraduhin ang dapat pribado na nanatiling pribado. Ginagawa namin ito sa pamamagitan ng pagpapaalala sa mga kumpanya at mga ahensya ng pamahalaan na nagpoproseso ng personal na information mo na gawin ang lahat ng nararapat ayon sa batas upang maprotektahan ang mga personal na datos na dapat sa iyo. Pero kalahati lang yan ang laban. Kailangan namin ang tulong mo. Mahalin ang sarili. Pangalagaan ang iyong right to privacy.
Nakakaasar, no? Would you believe may naloloko pa rin ito? Minsan ang teknolohiya, hindi puro happy at lucky lang. Pag nakompromiso ang iyong personal information at privacy, maaari itong makasama sa ating finances, ekonomiya, social life, love life at iba pa. Halimbawa, pagbukas mo ng email mo, daming messages na nag-o-offer. Di mo naman knows. Daming stalker ah. Ganito kasi yan, bes. Nag-post ka sa social media. Nag-register ka sa isang event. Hiningi nila yung personal information mo. Dahil excited ka at libre, binigay mo naman. Yung personal info mo, minsan, pinapasa ito para sa profiling o direct marketing. Buti ganyan lang. Paano kung ganito? Shocking, no? Pero don't stress yourself dahil meron na tayong batas dyan. National Privacy Commission ang kakampi mo sa iyong right to privacy. Life goal natin, ang maayos at secure na processing ng personal information mo. Know your rights, Bes. You have the right to be informed, right to object, right to access, right to rectification, right to erasure or blocking, right to damages, right to data portability, at right to file a complaint. Maaari mo itong ipadala sa complaints@privacy.gov.ph. Kung may iba ka pang katanungan, ipadala sa info@privacy.gov.ph. Galing, di ba? At kung may magkakasala, National Privacy Commission din ang kakampi mo. At may kaparusahan sa paglabag ng right to privacy mo. Bes, ikaw lang ang pwedeng magsabi kung kanino ka magtitiwala. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng privacy. Visit www.privacy.gov.
If it's too good to be true, it probably is. Huwag magpabiktima. Baka makompromiso lang ang privacy mo.
OMG! Nanalo ko ng BMW! Pero wala naman akong sinalihan eh.
Hi sir, pa-fill up naman po ng online form namin with free gifts.
Yes, ako yun.
Sir, your 5 million peso loan has been approved. I need to verify your full name, address, and birth date.
My full name is...
Huwag magpabiktima sa mga modus na ganito. Ang personal information na ibinibigay mo ay maaaring magamit ng labag sa iyo. That is why privacy matters. Kakampi mo ang National Privacy Commission. Protektahan ang iyong right to privacy. Piliin ang pagkakatiwalaan ng personal information mo.
Ako ay biktima ng identity theft. May nagnakaw ng data ko, nagpanggap na ako, at nag-loan sa pangalan ko.
Ako'y biktima ng SIM swapping. Gamit yung cellphone number ko, in-access yung mga online accounts ko, pati yung pera ko sa bangko sinimot.
Ako ay biktima ng paninirang puri ng isang lending. Nakuha na pala nila lahat ng phone contacts ko nang walang paalam. Nang minsang na-delay ang bayad ko, pinagkalat nila ito at pinahiya ako. Pati contacts ko hinaras.
Ako po ang inyong Privacy Commissioner Raymond Enriquez Liboro na nagsasabing di mo kailangan manatiling biktima. Fraudsters at violators lang sila. Pero data subject ka. Sa ilalim ng Data Privacy Act of 2012, protektado at may laban ka. Ano mang paglabag sa iyong privacy, ireklamo agad. Tandaan, hindi pwedeng gamitin ang datos mo ng ganun-ganun na lang. Dapat ipinaalam sa iyo. Dapat may consent o permiso mo. Maliban na lamang kung may ibang legal na basihan. Ang consent ay dapat informed, freely given, at specific sa purpose. Hindi rin pwedeng lumagpas sa purpose na ito. At dapat, sakto lang ang dami ng datos na kukolektahin sa iyo. Kakampi mo ang National Privacy Commission dahil naniniwala kami na dapat ang datos ng Pilipino protektado. Hindi ako tinanong nung Miss Universe, pero sa totoo lang, the most significant change I've seen in the world in the past 10 years is the rise of information as the primary mover.
COMELEC Region 3 family. This is Melanio Sibayan, Election Officer of Balanga City, Bataan. We are here to serve as facilitator for today's lecture. First of all, today's lecture is a joint effort for the Commission on Election, the Department of Information and Communication Technology, and also from the National Privacy Commission. Before anything else, we would like to share with you the guidelines and reminders that we have to observe during the duration of the lecture. As a reminder, first, be informed that this webinar is recorded for documentation purposes. Recording of this webinar will be posted via YouTube. Please turn off your microphone and camera while joining through Google Meet for those who joined in the Google Meet to minimize interference. And please do not share your screen or do any annotations. And then after the webinar, questions can be asked throughout the webinar after the lecture, through our chat box, and all in the question and answer from our the provided link for those who's connected to our YouTube. We have a question and answer portion after the presentation of our lecturers. May we also remind everyone we will be giving a digital certificates which will be provided for those who attended the full duration of the webinar, answered the post-evaluation form provided, and of course, you have to pass the quiz with at least 70% points. And then you will also find the webinar code posted on your screen. Normally, the lecture. And input your valid and active email address when filling out our post-evaluation form. May we remind you that the cut time off is 5:30 p.m. You would see in your screen the link provided. A presentation of slides link will be sent via email to those who filled out our post-evaluation form. And of course, let's observe proper decorum and etiquette. So that's the first webinar code. So please take note of the first webinar code. So inasmuch as this is a joint effort of the DICT and COMELEC, may we first introduce the first agency, DICT. Under Republic Act 10844, the ICT was created as a department. The mandate of the ICT shall be the primary policy, planning, coordinating, implementing, and administrative entity of the executive branch of the government that will plan, develop, and promote the national ICT development agenda. And for our information, the ICT has its current programs and projects. One is the free Wi-Fi for all. Two is the Tech for Ed. We also have the project for BPLS, the Digital Philippines, and they are also working with the National Broadband Plan, Central Business Portal, and they are also introducing the National Government Portal, the government.ph, and they will be coming up with Digital TV Pilipinas, National Cybersecurity Plan of 2020, and of course the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. For the second agency, Of course, we have our very own Commission on Election as a background. Our mandate, our constitutional mandate, is to enforce and administer all laws and regulations relative to the conduct of elections, plebiscite, initiative, referendum, and recall. For the projects and programs, as everybody is a part of the commission, we are all aware of what our commission is doing. So, again, we have 3 presentations this afternoon. First, we have somebody would have to present for the COMELEC registration process. And then second, lecturer will have to tackle on the Data Privacy Act. And the third one would have to discuss to us the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. So with the limited time, without much, may I take the opportunity to introduce to you our first lecturer based on the program presented by the DICT. This lecturer is being spearheaded by the DICT. Sila po yung meron pong primary in charge dito po. So as a facilitator, they just only provided us with the program. For the first lecturer, who would have to discuss about the registration process in the commission, our lecturer is no stranger to everyone. In fact, he is with the commission since 2015, and prior to his appointment with the commission, he used to work in a law firm and has been engaged in the rudiments of litigation. Our lecturer finishes Bachelor of Legal Laws from the University of Santo Tomas, and he used to work with the Office of Commissioner Alpareño. From being a executive assistant to Attorney 6. And today, he is now the current election officer of Olongapo City. It's my privilege to introduce to you our first lecturer, Attorney Marvin Tigre Garland. Sir, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Feedback, please. Sound check.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Permission to...
Yes, sir. We can hear you po.
Permission to share my slide of ceremony. Pwede na po mag-present.
Opo, sir.
Miss Marjorie Ann Bantiles is still presenting. Okay na po.
Sir, override nyo na lang po.
Thank you. Alright, so I'm here to present an overview of the voters registration process for the COMELEC side. So I'll be presenting just the simplified registration process. So first, we are guided by our COMELEC resolution number 10674, the the most recent COMELEC resolution providing for the protocols on the conduct of the system of continuing registration. Of course, it requires the observation of health and safety standards in view of the reaction and the positive response or proactive response of the Commission for the prevention and control measures against the threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if we log in the comelec.gov.ph website, this is the first COMELEC resolution that we will be able to see when we click the function for voters registration will be sent to the landing page of COMELEC resolution number 10635, which provides for the resolution supplemental rules and regulations of resolution number 10549 promulgated last July 18, 2019. This provides for the new guidelines regarding the resumption of the system of continuing registration of voters. Then, of course, 10549 itself, this is the resolution issued after the midterm election last 2019. And this is the existing guidelines we are implementing insofar as voters registration is concerned. So for types of application, this is not very new to everyone, but just to give a simplified picture of what we do in our respective COMELEC field offices. Of course, we process several types of application. First, new registration. So we process the registration for Sangguniang Kabataan, although for now it is suspended. So we process registration for regular voters. Then we also process registration for transfer from outside our respective jurisdictions. So for example, transfer from outside Olongapo City for our jurisdiction. Then transfer from within. This following registration types are those which do not add to our existing numbers of number of voters. Although for reactivation, it necessarily adds or reactivates into the active list of voters those which were previously registered. So transfer from within our registration, so from one barangay to another in our respective area of jurisdiction. Correction and change of status. For correction, those who have married or are married previously and are changing back their names to their maiden names. For those who are women who have been widowed. And of course, change of status. No? And also for correction, we also process those who have clerical errors in their voter registration record. So meaning they've already registered with us, but their voters registration record from the voters registration system reflects an incorrect entry insofar as any particulars as to date of birth or name, specific name. Middle name, surname, or first name. Then, of course, as I mentioned, those who have previously deactivated due to failure to vote twice and some other reasons as provided under the Omnibus Election Code. And a combination of any of those types of application. So for this particular new guidelines for registration under Resolution number 10637, as I mentioned before, our COMELEC website already provides for the downloadable form. So if you check our website, comelec.gov.ph, you can already access the downloadable forms for the continuing registration this coming September 1. Then we've been given by our respective provincial election supervisors advice regarding some elbow room to be able to manage the crowding or physical distancing and health and safety protocols in our respective offices once we open for registration this coming September 1. So we were given instructions that we can adopt our own scheduling process or our own way insofar as accepting applicants in our respective offices. So for us, we highly encourage in our voters information campaign or drive that we will be encouraging all prospective registrants in Olongapo City to have their schedules for registration via email request or via phone call in our office landline. Then we've been trained last July regarding the introduction of the iRehistro program, which mentioned that it can be made possible to have a live online registration process insofar as the filling up of the application forms are concerned, and there will be specific hash codes and QR codes incorporated in the downloadable form. Although there will be an online application filling up of forms, it still requires personal appearance in the office of the election officer because of the restrictions provided under existing law, specifically Republic Act 8189. So again, as mentioned, the online schedule can be, as mentioned during our training last July, that it can be monitored in the online registration system. Although as of now, we cannot verify that yet or have a hands-on check if this can be fully implemented by September 1. So as of now, our office is implementing by appointment via email or phone call for the schedule of registration. So of course, we'll have to implement respective policies or internal guidelines as to how will this appointment process will be done. So for us, we made a specific logbook. Then the logbook will show the person requesting for registration schedule, then the date when it was requested, then how was the requested, was it via phone call or via email? Then if it is an walk-in schedule, request for schedule for registration, then there will be a column for the signature of the person who requested for the registration schedule. Then of course, additional feature of our existing process, because of the protocols issued by the Commission, we need to request all those people who will visit our offices specifically for registration purposes to fill up a health and safety questionnaire, which will be compiled by our respective offices. Under the National Privacy Commission guidelines, it was mentioned that the health and safety questionnaires for private establishments are mandated to be disposed within 30 days, although our existing guidelines have not yet specifically designated a specific time or period in which we have to keep this health and safety questionnaire specifically for purposes of contact tracing of the possible infection of COVID-19. Then filling up of application form. So once the prospective registrant has already downloaded the form and filled it up online or via walk-in visit in our office, so they can fill up the application form in our office. Specifically, we foresee this possibility because there are some people, especially the PWD or the senior citizen or those who are computer illiterate, who might not be able to access the online platforms or who may not know how to download the forms and fill it up via online process of the Commission. So still we are providing a specific computer desk or a portal for the or a specific area for the filling up of application forms in our office, although we will be minimizing this still subject for scheduling if we cannot accommodate them because of the existing people who have already made their prior schedule. Verification and checking. So this once the application for registration has been filled up by the prospective registrant, we will be verifying their competent evidence of identity via their birth certificate or government-issued ID showing their signatures, pictures, and name. And of course, the entries in their application form will also be checked. Then for documentation of change of status, so we'll be requiring them to submit a photocopy of their marriage certificate or death certificate of their deceased spouse. And we'll be verifying and validating that with their upon their showing of the original copy thereof. So for purposes of registration, verification, will be collecting or have as basis, legal basis for checking and change of status or change of entries in the voters registration records of the registrant, the documents that they will be submitting, specifically the photocopies of the documents which I mentioned. Of course, we'll have to check if all the forms were properly signed, affixed by their signatures, and the thumb marks of the registrant. After that, acceptance of applications form. For our office, we collect already the 2 forms initially. Then the third form will be maintained or held by the applicant as he or she approaches the portal or the personnel involved who will be taking the biometrics. So after acceptance of the forms, recording sheets per type of application. So this is for us to be able to monitor how many numbers for purposes of reporting. Then taking of biometrics in our system by the respective election assistant or yours truly. Then the giving of the acknowledgement or the voter's registration slip as proof of the registration undergone by the registrant. So for the overview, those are the things that are basically done, simplified form of the election assistants and the election officers in their respective offices. So for the last 7 minutes, for 20 minutes, I'll just go through the policies which are existing and implemented by the Commission since 2014 or 2008 for some of the policies which were mentioned in the recently issued data protection or data privacy policies. So of course, we give due respect and we respect the rights of the data subjects. Filipino voters' personal information are of highest premium and highest respect for our field offices. We are made aware during our trainings that there are several violations that can be committed in our processing of personal or sensitive personal information, especially in the encoding and the processing or use or disclosure of the personal information or sensitive personal information incorporated or encoded in our voters registration system. So in the recent SONA of the President, he specifically stated his statement regarding the protection of data and the privacy laws. And this was reiterated in the press releases of our National Privacy Commission, Commissioner Liboro. So for principles of privacy, just a short mention, there are 3 principles of privacy under Data Privacy Act. First, transparency. So this can be shown in our existing data privacy or data protection policies. So we can also see this in our privacy notices and our respective policies that will be mentioned later. So proportionality, we only collect what we are supposed to we collect only what we can protect, no, by principle, no. So it is a good observation that the commission has already given instruction for the place of birth not to be taken or collected anymore during our registration process, no. So this now this is now left blank, no, because this is not found by the commission as required by the legitimate purpose, which is for voters registration and voters voting administration. So proportionality, again, it gives us the guidance that we only collect what we can protect, or we do not collect what we cannot protect in our respective offices. And of course, we are guided for the legitimate purpose by our mandate for voters registration and the voter administration process. These are aspects of privacy that we have to protect: confidentiality of the personal or sensitive personal information, integrity, which means that the information should not be revised, amended without the specific consent or authority from the commission or from the data subject themselves. Of course, for our data storages, our voters registration system must be protected. So the voters or the data subjects should always have access or have their data or personal information available from our respective offices. Of course, there are the violations of data subjects' rights, which we wouldn't want to violate, and unlawful processing, which includes unauthorized access, disclosure, and use, which are covered by our existing policies. For measures for operational compliance, we have our organizational chart. We are guided by our data protection officer, which is the executive director, and for the regional offices, the regional election director, and then for the compliance officer for privacy, essentially it is the provincial election supervisor and the election officers in their respective areas of jurisdiction. For physical measures, we are guided by our password policies, and those who have access in our database, limited access to our database, especially the election assistants, and we have special guidance and instructions or guidelines regarding the unauthorized access for any local government unit, job orders, or essentially those employees who are not plantilla officers of the commission. So for our databases, physical measures are implemented by our password policy and our safekeeping of our records and our data storage devices. And of course, for technical measures, we have our VRS. We follow our file protocols and the FTP. Then our ITD guides us in so far as the data encryption of our devices and the file transfer protocols that we follow in the transmission of our data, especially the voters' database. So we have these respective policies so far that I've seen: social media policy, breach incident protocols, ICT policy, which will be the majority of this presentation, which I will mention. There is a clean desk policy, password policy. I'm not sure if this has already been consolidated in a basic privacy manual, and of course some other privacy and data security policies. So we have our main guidance under Minute Resolution number 17-0153, which is the Field Office System and Data Policy, or ICT Policy 2017-001. This has been rolled out by the ITD in several occasions during our VRS trainings. So this policy ICT policy has been revised several times before the draft has been approved by the NBank. So as mentioned earlier, this is our organizational, this is for the compliance. So under the executive director, we have specific guidance regarding the first offense, second offense, third offense that may be, in which any COMELEC employee may be held accountable for. Then we have specific guidance regarding the official email service usage, mentioned also in that previously mentioned Minute Resolution 17-0153. So this is specifically stated under Section 6, General Guidelines at item number 8.1.2. So there is also a specific resolution regarding the disposal, because we protect our data storage, our any data or personal information that we control. We try to protect from the collection until the disposal. So we need prior approval before we dispose of our data storage or our databases under this Minute Resolution. Of course, we are guided by our password rules. We are all implementing this in our respective offices. And policy statements, as mentioned, there is a shared responsibility between the regional election director, provincial election supervisors, and the election officers under this policy statement under Section 5, item number 20 of Minute Resolution number 17-0153. This is also one of the things that has always been raised by the election officers regarding satellite registration, in which the VRM must remain in the office of the election officers, and it is only allowed that in case of the OEO has only one PC, such that it acts both as server and a workstation, the PC shall be brought to the satellite area for registration purposes only. Any deviation of this policy guideline shall be with the prior approval of the data protection officer or the executive director in our case. Of course, for the request for our ICT resources, we have a specific resolution also under Minute Resolution 090582, series of September 2009. Then, in case of loss, theft, and destruction due to force majeure, again, this is under the 2017 Minute Resolution. Immediate reporting to within 24 hours is mandated by our data protection officer. No? So we have to report it directly to the executive director, copy furnished the regional election director. Unless with consent of the commission, this is our social media policy. Unless with the consent of the commission, no COMELEC systems and personal data shall be shared in any form of social media. So under this specific resolution, item number 22, no COMELEC systems and personal data shall be posted by COMELEC field personnel in any form of social media such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the like without the express consent of the commission and the concerned data subjects. I've mentioned this regarding the reporting requirements. So under 2.11.6, office incidents such as theft, robbery, destruction due to force majeure, and data breach and the like shall be under the responsibility of the election officer or the provincial election supervisor for reporting to the data protection officer. So that's it. I've over time for 3 minutes, so I'll end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Marvin. Hello, naririnig niyo po?
Yes po. Yes po.
Yes.
Opo. Yes po. Yes po.
Thank you po. After the presentation of Attorney Garland, we now immediately go to the next lecturer. As we have mentioned, we only entertain question and answer after the second lecturer. And again, question and answer after the third lecturer. So may we now proceed with the second lecturer to discuss the Data Privacy Act. Our second lecturer is an Information Technology Officer of the National Privacy Commission. He is a former IT professor at the National University, a certified ISO internal auditor. He's also a certified accreditor at Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation, and a certified lead auditor for Information Security Management Systems. He has served as a resource speaker on data privacy for various public and private agencies and organizations such as DepEd, CHED, DOH, DICT, DILG, PNP, and the Civil Service Commission, among others. He is currently connected with the National Privacy Commission Compliance and Monitoring Division. As Information Technology Officer 2, and is likewise the Assistant Project Head of the Phil DPO Development Program, who manages the DPOH training and certification. It's a privilege to introduce to you our speaker, Sir Cleo Martinez. Sir?
Magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.
Good afternoon po.
Magandang hapon, COMELEC.
Magandang hapon. Magandang hapon po sa inyo.
Good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po.
Okay, no need to unmute. Okay? Para wala po. Teka, hindi ko mabuksan yung camera ko. Teka, bakit ayaw ba yan? Sandali lang. Okay. So napakagandang panahon ito para pag-usapan yung Data Privacy Act. Dahil ngayon, di ba, napakaraming issues, di ba, lumalabas at talaga naman lalo na ngayong pandemic, no? Hindi lumalabas yung okay lang. Importante naman yung yung aking slides, di ba? Okay. So, ngayon kasi, itong Data Privacy Act, maraming ginagamit ito sa maling paraan din. Yung iba, ginagawang dahilan nito para hindi mailabas yung informasyon. Pero sa totoo, no, itong Data Privacy Act, hindi naman it's not a hindrance, no, para doon sa ating information, just a flow of information, no? Hindi ito hindrance, okay? In fact, ano nga niya, kumbaga pinopromote pa nga niya yung free flow of information, no? Ang kailangan lang talaga ay malaman ng lahat kung paano ginagamit ito. Yung iba kasi natakot na magbigay ng information, yung iba naman natakot kumuha ng information, manghingi, no? So yung iba ayaw magbigay, pero kailangan lang talaga paliwanagan kung ano yung tama. Okay? So lahat naman po kasi ay may napakaswerte natin dahil meron tayong kung walang data. Kung wala, ito po yung pwede mangyari. Meron lang akong ipapalabas na video. Ayan. Ako nag-live yata si Sir JR. Okay, meron lang akong ipapalabas na video. Short video. It's a possible scenario of what could happen kung walang Data Privacy Act. Okay, Sir Domingo, pakisalang po yung video. Nag-live ba siya? Nawala. O di bale, tutuloy ko na lang yung aking presentation kahit wala yung video. Never mind the video. Okay. So I will now present my slide.
Sir, i-override nyo na lang po yung para makita namin.
Yes. Sandali lang. Okay. Nakikita nyo na po?
Opo, sir. Opo.
Okay, sige. So, after this webinar, you will know what the law is all about and how it will affect you. Now, in all of our talks, sinasabi namin, or tinatanong lagi ito, which is more important for you? Is it data or is it money? So, yung iba, sinasagot yung money. Yung iba naman, sinasagot data. Yung iba hindi alam, no? Pero ano nga ba talaga ang mas importante? Or equally important ba siya? Yan. Tingnan natin. In this example, okay, so may public school teacher. This is real life nangyari. So there was a public school teacher. So he received notification from 3 banks saying that he borrowed a total of 800,000. Pero he denied applying for this. Ang natandaan niya lang was he posted a photo of his PRC ID. Kasi nga, kakapasa niya lang sa LET. So because of his excitement, ay nag-post sa kanya social media account. And ito yung nangyari. So pinost niya doon, ano ba laman nung ID? So nandun yung kanyang pangalan, yung kanyang birthday, address, and the number ng ID, etc. And ayun, nagkaroon ng identity theft. So ganun kahalaga yung ating data, di ba? Nagagamit kasi siya for identity theft na pwedeng, ayan, katulad nito, pang-apply sa loan. Nagkaroon ng pera yung identity thief, no? Ayan. So, ang data talagang kailangan pala tayo mismo, no, as individual, pangalagaan natin yung data natin. And yung sinasabi naman ng batas, yung mga nagpa-process ng data natin, katulad ng COMELEC, nagpa-process ng data ng iba't ibang mga individual, dapat ay proteksyonan yung data. Okay? So these are examples of breaches. Yan. Or potential breaches then. Okay, number 1. visitors logbook. Yan. So this happened to a recruitment agency. Ang nangyari, so kasi di ba yung mga kadalasan yung mga companies, no, they use a logbook, no, to monitor the visitors. So dito, yung kanilang logbook ay sunod-sunod lang yung pagsusulat. So kinukuha nila yung pangalan, tapos yung telephone number. So nakikita rin yung kasunod kung ano yung nakalagay. So there was this person who was able to take a picture of the logbook. So nakuha niya. Ang laman nun, yung mga nakasulat doon ay mga applicants kadalasan. So ang nangyari, he posed as one of the staff of the recruitment agency and he was able to solicit money from those listed doon sa logbook. So ganun lang kadali, no? So anong pagkakamali dito? Ano ba anong mali sa prosesong ginawa nila? I would like to emphasize, hindi po bawal yung paggamit ng logbook, no? So ano nangyari? Anong mali dito? Kasi po yung logbook nila, kinukuha yung pangalan tapos yung telephone. So ano ba yung purpose ng paggamit ng logbook? Hindi po ba para ma-monitor yung visitors, di ba? Okay. Now, pag-monitor ng visitors, ano ba ang kailangan? Kailangan pa ba yung telepono? Di ba hindi na? So ayun, nagkaroon ng an over-collection of data. Ayun, nagamit tuloy yung telepono na contact yung mga nakalista doon. So, remedy for this, siguro, pwede naman kasing pangalan na lang yung kukunin tapos yung iba kasi ginagawa may takip tinatakpan yung mga nakasulat na yung iba naman individual sheets of forms para doon sa mga visitors para hindi rin nakikita. Okay? So hindi naman bawal, again hindi po bawal yung pag-monitor ng mga visitors at pagsulat ng mga pangalan. Okay? So dapat lang hindi rin nakikita ng iba. No, yung mga pangalan tsaka yung kung ano man hindi dapat makita. Next. Ito naman, merong kinomplain na isang school. Okay, kinomplain nila, meron isang nag-complain dahil dun sa tarpaulin na pinagawa, no? Kasi di ba kadalasan ng school nagpapagawa ng mga banner or yan nga nasa tarpaulin, nandun yung pangalan at nandun yung pangalan tsaka picture pala, sorry. Picture. So nagreklamo. Top 10 Top 10. Yung top 2 nagreklamo. So bakit kaya nagreklamo? So nagreklamo siya, unang-una kasi it was posted without his consent. Yan. Di ba hindi naman kasi lahat ng tao gusto publicly nakikita yung kanilang picture. Di ba? Tapos nandun pa yung pangalan. Ayun. Tsaka yun, nakakos kasi sa kanya ng negative yun. Kasi nga hindi nga siya sanay ng gano'n, no? So, anong remedy doon? Anong pagkakamali rin? Pagkakamali, dapat kasi yung mga estudyante kinukuhanan ng consent kung ano yung dapat kinukuhanan ng consent. So, siguro, doon pa lang sa admission stage, kunin na lahat ng mga hihinga ng consent. Okay? And, emphasize ko lang din ulit, again, hindi po bawal yung pagpapagawa nito mga tarpaulin na ito na nakapost yung mga picture, etc. Yan. So, kailangan lang may consent. Next. Ito naman nangyari sa isang hospital. Mayroong isang concerned staff ng hospital. So, nag-email po siya. Okay. Nag-complain siya, no? Kasi daw yung hindi naman actually complain, concerned citizen, no? Kasi daw yung kanilang hospital, hindi daw secured yung mga patient records, nasa kwarto lamang, nasa sahig nga lang daw, hindi man lang nasa cabinet. So ang ginawa namin, pinuntahan namin yung hospital, and ayun, nag-order kami, inayos naman nila agad. Wala pa naman breach, pero syempre potential breach yun. Kasi syempre, di ba, napaka confidential and sensitive personal information, yung ating mga health records. Ayan. Ito naman, yung online lending. Ito yung pinakamaraming case na file. No? So, dito sa online lending, ano nangyari dito? yung mga mangungutang sa mobile app ito no? So kailangan bago sila makautang, no? Kailangan nilang i-approve yung permission to or yung allow access to your contacts doon sa phone. Yung pala, ito palang itong app na to o yung mismong lending na yon, kapag hindi ka nakabayad ay papahiyain ka doon sa mga contacts mo. Text sila, tatawagan, itong tao na to hindi nakakabayad. Yun. So hindi alam yon nung mga nangutang. So walang transparency, di ba? At pati yung mga tinawagan, syempre wala rin consent, tatawagan sila tapos gano'n ang mangyayari. So maraming nangyari, ang laki ng impact nito kasi merong mga nagkasakit, merong nakunan, merong gusto magpakamatay dahil sa malit na mahal, dahil napahiya. Yon. So yan po. So dapat kasi sa processing natin, walang gulatan. Bigla nila meron palang ganong gagawin sila. Next, yung raffle. Yan. Okay. Ano nangyari sa raffle? Alam nyo ba yung iba, kaya lang nagpaparaffle para mag-collect ng personal information. Ano ba sinusulat natin doon sa raffle stub? Andun yung pangalan, andun yung name, address, telephone, etc. Okay. So, anong ginagawa naman dito? Yung iba binibenta. So, binibenta, pinagkakakitaan. And, maybe, this is one of the reason why we are receiving unsolicited texts, unsolicited emails, at kung ano-anong inaalok sa atin, di ba? Baka nakalimutan natin, meron na tayong sinalihan na raffle. Ayan. So, yun yung pinanggagalingan nun. At maswerte tayo kung ganun lang ang nangyari sa atin. What if the same thing happened doon sa teacher, no? Eh paano kung yung mga raffle stub na to, ang nakakuha ay yung mga scammer, yung budol-budol gang na papupuntay. Ito, andito po yung mother nyo, nasa hospital, ganyan. Magdala po kayo ng inyong mga ari-arian. Yan. Diba? Okay. So, yan po ay examples na ng mga breaches. Ayan po. So, yan yung mga dapat nating iwasang mangyari. Okay. So, aside from that, okay, ito yung nangyari during itong pandemic. So, merong NU Pep Squad coach, no? Naharas siya. So, tinext siya, inad siya sa Facebook kung anong message sinend sa kanya. So, ang reklamo niya, ayan. So, ito naman, nanggaling doon sa, ang palagay niya, no? Nanggaling doon, nakuha yung number niya doon sa contact tracing. Merong, ang National Privacy Commission ay nag-release po ng mga guidelines para dyan, ano, sa contact tracing. Kasi po dapat, pag ang inyong kumpanya o inyong organisasyon ay mayroong contact tracing, so dapat, pinapangalagaan din po yung personal information. So, ang nangyari dito, katulad din ng parang sa recruitment agency kanina, na nakuha, siguro nagandaan sa kanya, tapos sinundan at kinuha yung telepono, nakuha dun sa sinusulatan para sa contact tracing. So maganda rin pong paraan siguro para sa contact tracing yung hindi rin makikita ng iba yung mga sinulat mo, no? Yan. Yung iba naman kasi, di ba, individual sheets lang din yung ginagamit or individual form. So yun yung isang consequence, no? Pagka pinabayaan mo lang or walang protection yung mga personal information, pwedeng ma-disclose agad sa iba. At saka ito pa, ito na-disclose din yung information, sa Iloilo nangyari ito, I'm sure nakita nyo to sa news. So dahil nalaman na positive sila sa COVID, ayan, pinagbabato yung bahay nila, na-discriminate. Yon. Ano po ba ang sabi? Dapat kasi, kung merong COVID positive, saan ba dapat ito ipaalam? So hindi ito dapat dinidisclose publicly or kung kani-kanino. Doon lang sa mga proper authorities katulad ng DOH, di ba? So yun po. Yung iba kasi minsan gustong dapat ilabas na yung pangalan, yung kung sino man yung mga positive na yan, may mga ganong comment lalo na social media. Pero yun nga, hindi nila naiisip kasi na merong kapahamakan na idudulot ito. Yan, yung consequence. Yan, okay? So ito yung mga pwede mangyari sa pagka napatunayan na yung negosyo or organization hindi pinapabayaan, hindi pinapangalagaan yung data. Loss of reputation, loss of market share, and legal liabilities. Okay? So these are the key terms that you must remember dito sa ating batas. So data subject. So lahat po tayo ay data subject. Yung owner ng personal information or sensitive personal information or privileged information being processed. Okay, processing. So what is processing? Ito lagi natin pag-uusapan. So kasi dapat daw tama yung pagpoproseso. Ano ba yung proseso na sinasabi? So it is any action performed upon or doon sa personal data. Simula doon sa collection hanggang sa disposal. Okay, para mas malinaw, ito po yung cycle. So starting from create, collect, store and transmit, use and distribute, retain, and dispose and destroy. Okay, so ano ba yung mga ginagawa dyan? So for example, create and collect. Nag-fill up ka sa form, sa papel, nasa papel na form, o kaya online form. So yan. So yun yung collection. Kahit anong method. Whether it is manual or automated. Store and transmit. Yan. Okay, so kunwari nag-save sa flash drive, tapos nag-delete ka, processing yun. Lahat yun process. O in-email mo sa iba or nagbigay ka ng copy, that is processing. Ayan. O use and distribute. Okay, so saan mo ginamit? So lahat ng ginawa mo dyan, processing yon. Halimbawa, pina-photocopy mo yung dokumento na may mga personal information, that is processing. Ayan. Okay, tinago mo, tinabi mo for 10 years. Kunwari, processing pa din yun yung pagtatabi. And yung pagtapon, disposal, dispose and destroy. Tinapon mo sa basurahan, that is processing. Nag-shred ka, that is processing. Nag-delete ka, nag-shred, or kung ano man. So lahat po ng ginagawa natin doon sa data ay processing. O katulad noon, yung nagpagawa ka ng banner, tarpaulin, that is processing. So lahat po yan, processing. Kahit nga yung sinabi mo, kahit yung sinabi mo lang, parang chismis, kumbaga, that is disclosure and that is also processing. Okay? So ito pa. Ano naman yung Personal Information Controller or PIC for short? So it's a juridical person or processing of data. So in your case, ang Personal Information Controller ay yung COMELEC. COMELEC mismo, hindi ito yung tao. COMELEC, yung organization itself or the entity. So katulad kami, National Privacy Commission. Yun yung PIC. Marami po kasi nagkakamali dito. Akala nila ito ay tao. So hindi po ito tao mismo or individual, but the organization or entity itself. Ito rin. So ito naman ginagamit lang. Okay. Yung PIP or Personal Information Processor show the relationship okay, kunwari ikaw ay PIC, yung kumpanya COMELEC nag-outsource ng isa pang company para gawin yung payroll on behalf of COMELEC. So inutusan mo yung isang kumpanya para gawin yung payroll, ang tawag sa kumpanya na yon ay PIP or Personal Information Processor. Okay? So, ibang kumpanya. PIC din yon. Kaya lang dahil, yun nga, pinagawa ka sa kanya, in-instruct mo, ito yung gagawin on your behalf. Okay. Yun ang PIP. So, yung mga PIP, hindi nila pwedeng gamitin for other purpose yung data. So, kunwari, inutos mo lang, okay, gawin mo yung payroll. So, dun lang dapat gamitin yung information or data. Hindi niya pwedeng gamitin sa iba. Data Protection Officer. Ayan. Ayon sa batas, lahat daw ng mga PIC and PIP yan, dapat daw mag-appoint or mag-designate someone who will ensure the compliance of the organization to the Data Privacy Act. Okay, who will ensure? So siya yung mangangasiwa para maging compliant yung organization. So kunwari si COMELEC may DPO. Ayan. Now, hindi naman sinabing porket siya yung mag-ensure, ay siya na rin lahat ng gagawa. So, pwede naman yan. Pwede na naman yung may team, no? Team. O kaya naman ay, halimbawa, kunwari, di ba, region, no? Iba't ibang, kunwari, mga regional, ganyan. Regional offices, bawat regional office, merong, kumbaga, isang pinaka-central na DPO, yung main, no? Or kumbaga, siya yung pinaka-DPO talaga. Tapos, merong mga parang, mga representative DPO bawat region, kunwari, pwedeng ganon, no? So, kailangan ng DPO ng support from the whole organization. No? Hindi naman siya lahat ang gagawa niyan. So, kailangan lahat ng tulong from all divisions, units, yan. Okay? Next, personal information. Ano nga ba yan? Kailan ba matuturing na personal information? So, it is any information from which the identity of the individual is apparent. Obvious, kailangan makikilala. For example, sinulat ko sa isang papel, nilagay ko lang doon sa isang papel. Kunwari, sinulat ko, Domingo, makikilala na ba siya? Hindi pa, di ba? Pero pag sinabi ko, nilagay ko doon, Domingo, yung full name, nandun yung middle name, nandun yung last name, yan, makikilala na, di ba? Although kahit minsan may kapangalan, pero madali na i-filter. Okay, so kailangan makikilala, hindi pwedeng hindi makikilala. Okay, so matatawag mo pa lang siyang personal information kung makikilala siya. Or, it can also be any information that can, when put together, will lead to the identity of that individual, of any individual, no? So, ibig sabihin, hindi porket walang pangalan, ay hindi na personal information. So, anong halimbawa dito? For example, yung address and birthday. Will this lead to the identity of the individual? Yan. Yes, pwede. Ha? Pwede. Kasi halimbawa, alam mo na yung address, o puntahan mo. O, at tanong mo kung sino may birthday doon, di ba? Or for example, isang database, mag-query ka, birthday and address, o, siyempre, nandun na yung ano noon, lalabas na doon kung sino yon. Or, halimbawa, ano yung walang pangalan na pwede makilala? Sinabi mo, president nitong company na to, di ba usually isa lang naman ang president. So, that, even walang pangalan, matuturing nating personal information yun. Kasi, makikilala. Ha? So, ito personal information lang. Okay. Meron din tayong tinatawag na sensitive personal information. Individuals, race, ethnic origin, marital status, age, color, religious and philosophical and political affiliations. Okay. Specifically, nakalista ito sa ating batas. No? Yan, lahat yan. Bakit kaya siya tinawag na sensitive? Bakit? Kasi, pag alam mo itong mga information na to, pwedeng magkaroon ng discrimination. Yan, katulad ng race, di ba? Or in other words, pwede kang malagay sa kapahamakan pagka alam mo itong mga information na ito. So aside from that, kasama din yung individual health, education, genetic or sexual life, or to any proceeding for any offense. And ito pa, government-issued personal numbers, SSS, GSIS, TIN, yan. So bakit naman yung sensitive? Kasi nga ito naman yung pwedeng gamitin for identity theft, di ba? Now, aside from that, anong dahilan bakit kailangan i-distinguish yung, why do you have to distinguish sensitive from personal information lang? Kasi kapag sensitive personal information ang involved, mas mataas ang penalty. Okay? Yun po yun. Okay. Speaking of breach naman, ayan. So, a data breach refers to a breach of security leading to accidental or unlawful destruction, loss, alteration, unauthorized disclosure, or access to personal data transmitted, stored, or otherwise processed. Now, there are different types of breaches. Number one, availability breach, resulting from loss. So, dapat available lagi yung yung data. No? For example, binaha or kaya nagkaroon ng sunog. Tapos nasira yung mga yung mga data. Tapos walang backup. So, that is availability breach po yun. No? So, dapat the data must remain always available. Kailangan ma-maintain natin yung availability. Okay? So, yung backup, napaka-importante. Yun yung security measure para dyan sa availability breach. Integrity breach, resulting from alteration of personal data. Hindi basta dapat na alter, na i-edit yung mga data. Kunwari, sa isang system ng isang eskwelahan, binago yung grades, yung mga pasado, bumagsak, yung mga bagsak, pumasa. So, hindi dapat gano'n, no? So, dapat manatili yung integrity. Confidentiality breach, resulting from unauthorized disclosure. Kung sino lang yung dapat makaalam, hindi niya dapat i-disclose din, ano? For example, sa isang HR, nakita nung isa kunwaring HR staff, yung nag-leave na personnel, tapos nandun yung medical certificate, matagal hindi nakapasok. Tapos nakita niya, kaya pala hindi nakakapasok, nagpa-opera pala sa Almoranas. Ngayon, dinaldal niya sa lahat ng buong organisasyon. Dinalagay ngayon sa kahihiyan. Yun. So, that is confidentiality breach. Sa HR, even though meron kaya authorized ka na makita yung mga data, so hindi naman porket ka pwede man siyang i-disclose. So we must always maintain the availability, integrity, and confidentiality. Tapos yun din yung types ng breaches. Okay, ito po yung ating commission, si Commissioner Liboro. Tapos merong dalawang deputy commissioners, Attorney Naga and Attorney Aguirre. So this is the structure of RA 10173. Yung sections 11 to 21, nandiyan po yung mga bulk ng mga dapat yung malaman. So 37 sections lahat. So Data Privacy Act of 2012 is the short title. Yan. Okay? So the law was enacted in 2012, tapos yung National Privacy Commission was established in 2016. So it is an act protecting individual personal information in information and communication systems in the government and the private sector, creating for this purpose the National Privacy Commission. Yan. So where is privacy in all of this? So the law upholds the right to privacy by protecting individual personal information. And paano na po protektahan yun? Okay, so by regulating the processing of personal information. And sino ba yung mga nire-regulate? Sino yung nagpa-process? So ito yung mga PIC at saka PIP. So lahat, public and private. So ito yung mandate ng NPC, independent body mandated to administer and implement the act and to monitor and ensure compliance of the country with international standards set for personal data protection. And here are the functions: rule-making, advisory, public education like this, compliance and monitoring. So meron kaming mga compliance checks or compliance audit. We also do complaints and investigation, and of course, enforcement. So the scope of the law applies to the processing of all types of personal information in the country and even abroad, subject, of course, to certain qualifications. Now, so the personal information controllers may invoke the principle of privileged communication. So, bakit po nabanggit ito? Ito yung kanina yung privileged information. For example, information between husband and wife, between doctor and patient, between lawyer and client. Yan. Okay. So, ang treatment po kasi ng ng privileged information ay same lang sa sensitive personal information. Yan. Same silang treatment. And as data subjects, you have to know your rights. And dapat alam nyo rin kung paano ina-uphold yung rights ng mga data subjects natin. Right to information, the right to be informed. So as a data subject, you have to be informed, no? Or you have the right to be informed of the nature and extent of the processing of your personal information. So ano yung mga katanungan? Sino yung nagpo-proseso? Anong proseso ang ginagawa? Diba? Saan pinaproseso? Paano pinaprotektahan? Ano yung mga protection binibigay? So yung mga information na yan. Right to object. So you have the right to object. If you, for example, feel that your rights are violated, yan, pwede kayo mag-object sa processing or mali yung pagpoproseso, sa palagay nyo mali, pwede kayo mag-object. Especially if the processing requires consent. So, pinrocess without consent, pwede kayong mag-object. The right to access. Upon demand of the data subject, pwede kayo, upon demand, pwede kayo dapat magbigay ng access to the processing of his personal information para malaman ng data subject yung legality ng pagpo-process. The right to correct. So, for example, meron kayong maling spelling or any incomplete details dun sa personal information, you have the right to correct. But of course, it has to undergo due process. Halimbawa, meron kailangan i-present na mga papeles or evidences. The right to erase. For example, meron kayong subscription and ayan, gusto mo na ipa-erase yung iyong consent from receiving kung yung mga notifications or etc. email. So, you have the right to erase it. Yeah. Pwede kayo mag-request. Right to damages. So, if you sustain any damage from the processing of your information, do sa processing, pwede kayo magpabayad, no? Okay. Right to data portability. So this is quite new, even for some other jurisdictions. But the concept of the right to data portability is, this applies to electronic data. So kung magre-request yung data subject ng copy ng kanyang personal information, dapat bibigyan mo siya ng copy in a common structured format. Yon. Pero wala pa kasi itong kumbaga details, no? Yung advisory kung paano talaga, kung ano yung mga common structured format na yan. Next. Right to file a complaint. So, if, yan, halimbawa, meron kang may violation, no? So, pwedeng mag-file ng complaints. So, dapat kung magpa-file ng complaint yung data subject, dapat dun muna sa ahensya or sa organization bago dumulog sa NPC. Kumbaga sa isang community, barangay level muna yung complaint, tapos tsaka na sa police. Yon, parang ganon. Okay? So, dapat yung DPO, pinapaalam niya agad sa lahat ng data subject na dapat dun muna mag-complain. Kunwari sa COMELEC, dapat dun lang muna mag-complain. Huwag diretso sa NPC. Okay. So what are the obligations of the Personal Information Controller or si COMELEC? So COMELEC should collect personal information for specified and legitimate purpose determined and declared before. Now for government agencies, and ayan, hindi naman problema masyado yan kasi meron na tayong mga mandate, di ba? So kung ano yung mandate natin, usually nandun na yung legitimate purpose, no? Na gagawin natin para dun sa mga data, dun sa processing. Next, PIC should process personal information fairly and lawfully and in accordance with the rights of the data subject. So fairly and lawfully. Yan. Next, PIC should process accurate, relevant, and up-to-date personal information. So, dapat lahat ng mga pinaprocess natin ay na-verify natin kung tama. no? Or ayan, accurate, relevant, and up-to-date. We must have a way to verify. For example, sa HR, na-verify ba kung yung mga sinasubmit, kunwari yung TOR, yan, baka mamaya gawa lang yan sa University of Recto, yan. Diba? Or yun mismo sa registration, di ba? Tama-tama ngayon. Okay, so how will you verify the correctness? Yung mga yan. Accuracy. So dapat merong way. Next, the PIC should collect and process personal information adequately and not excessively. Yan. So collect only what is needed for the purpose. Katulad ng example ko kanina, di ba? Para sa logbook, kailangan pa bang kunin yung telepono? Yon. So collect only what is needed. Next, PIC should retain personal information only for as long as necessary for the fulfillment of the purpose for which the data was obtained. Yan. Okay, ideally, dapat ma-dispose na yung mga information kung wala na siyang purpose. Ngayon sa government, meron tayong tinatawag na National Archive of the Philippines who provides the guidelines dito para sa retention and disposal. So pwede po nating sundin yon, kung meron. Kung meron na. Yon. Okay? Next, the PIC must implement reasonable and appropriate organizational, physical, and technical measures intended for the protection of personal information. So, dapat meron tayong mga measures at tatlong klase. Organizational, physical, and technical. Kanina, narinig ko kanina kay Attorney Marvin, no? Yung iba, yan. In fact, na-discuss niya na yung ibang topic. Pero, ito nga, yung security measure kailangan tatlong klase. Organizational, for example, yung mga policies, yung pag-appoint ng DPO, yan. Organizational yan. Physical, o ano ba yung physical? For example, the lock itself, dun sa kwarto ng mga personal data o dun sa cabinet, physical yan. Yung pag-install ng CCTV, physical yan. Technical measures, yung encryption, yan. Paggamit ng mga antivirus, yan. Technical yan. Yung secure ng ating mga website. So, technical. Technical naman yan, di ba? Mga technical. And by the way, merong specific provisions for government na recommended na dapat gamitin ng government agencies, no? So, yung ISO 27001, yun dapat. Okay? Aside from that, yung encryption, sinasabi din doon, specifically nakalagay AES, at least AES 256 dapat yung ginagamit for encryption. Okay? So, yun po. Now, ito naman yung data privacy principles. Para daw yung processing mo ay siguradong sumusunod dito sa batas. Kailangan na susundan itong principles. We must adhere to the processing, must adhere to the data privacy principles. Transparency, legitimate purpose, and proportionality. Okay, let us start with transparency. The data subject must be aware of the nature, purpose, and extent of processing. Okay, paano ba natin mapapakita yung transparency? Diba? Sabi nga, dapat alam lahat ng data subject yung mangyayari doon sa kanya personal data. Walang gulatan. So, paano mo mapapakita? Sa pamamagitan ng privacy notice, privacy policy, and consent. Unahin na natin yung notice saka yung policy. Okay. So, saan nyo nakikita yung privacy notice kadalasan? Sa website. Yan. Yung iba naman, kung makikita nyo sa mall, nakapatong doon sa mga desk nila, nakalagay privacy notice. So, ano nakalagay sa privacy notice? So, actually, itong mga general statements, no? Kung ano yung gagawin doon sa personal data, ano yung mga kino-collect, ano yung mga ano yung mga possible risks, tapos yung security measures implemented, yung contact numbers ng DPO, yung identity ng PIC, etc. So mga ganon, yung nakasulat. Saan pa nakikita? For example, sa isang event, merong registration. So, doon sa, for example, sa registration table, nakalagay na doon yung privacy notice. Or halimbawa sa isang online form, dapat meron ding privacy notice. Okay, saan ba gagamitin itong mga pinapasok kong o ano na to, data? Yon. Ideally, yung privacy notice po, ito yung external use, kumbaga, para makita ng data subject. Yung iba kasi, iba yung term na ginagamit. Nag-interchange na yung notice, tsaka yung privacy policy. Yung iba terms of privacy, yung iba privacy statement, yung iba, iba-iba. So, yung privacy policy naman, dapat intended to for internal use. Para naman doon sa mga personnel, para mapatupad kung ano yung sinasabi sa privacy notice. Pero yun nga, ngayon, kasi, parang inaalaw na din kasi iba-iba. Pero yun na nga, ideally po talaga dapat yung privacy notice ay external, para sa external, no? Yung data subjects. Kumbaga sa customers, etc. Yung policy, internal. Pero, yun na nga. Mas maganda kung masusunod, no? Pero, okay lang din naman. Next is consent. Okay, consent sa Tagalog, ano ba yung Tagalog? Parang paalam, di ba? Kailangan manghingi ng paalam. At kailangan, yung hinihingi mo ng paalam, specific kung ano, specific yung hinihingi. At kailangan, freely given. Hindi pinilit, with informed indication of will, and evidence by written, electronic, or recorded means. So, pwedeng signature, opt-in box, or clicking an icon, halimbawa website yan, tapos doon mo hihingi yung consent. Pwede rin through email by sending a confirmation email, or recorded kung oral confirmation. Recorded dapat. Now, opt-in, silence, pre-tick boxes, or inactivity does not constitute consent. Hindi rin pwede yung tinatawag nating implied consent. Walang ganon, no? So, dapat expressed consent. And reminder, if it's not clear, it's not consent. Dapat yung mga consent form natin malinaw. Malinaw visually, yung malaki yung font na mababasa agad, and pati yung language must be clear and simple, plain language. Okay, ang tanong, do you always need consent? Okay, no. So it is just one criterion for lawful processing of both personal and sensitive personal information. So, hindi lang consent yung basihan natin, no? Meron pang iba na basis. So, ano tong mga ito? Ayan, dalawang column. First column for personal information at yung isa sensitive personal information. For example, okay, ito na, yung first column, no, consent. So, aside from consent, kung merong law and regulation. Ano example niyan? Okay. For example, ang COMELEC, di ba, nagko-collect ng information, personal information. Kailangan pa ba ng consent? So, hindi na kailangan humingi ng consent. Dahil merong mandato ang COMELEC para kumuha ng mga information dahil yun sa mandato. Okay? Pero remember, hindi porket yun na nga, no? Dahil may mandato ay collect ng collect, so dapat pag nag-collect, marami pang dapat i-consider katulad ng security measure. So, hindi porket walang consent, nag-collect ka na. So, dapat mayroong security measure in place. Okay? And yun pa, yung sa data subject, yung kailangan na exercise or na-uphold yung rights ng data subjects. Okay, another is to protect, if the processing is needed to protect the life of the data subject, or if the processing is needed for a contract. For example, employee-employer contract. So, kung kailangan yung mga information para doon, hindi na kailangan ng consent. Kasi in fact sa contract nga dapat mas binding nga ito, no? Or if the processing is needed for a legal obligation, yan, or if the processing is needed for public order and safety or for legitimate interest. Now, if you notice, itong nasa second column naman, sensitive personal information, mas konti siya, di ba? Mas konti yung basis niya. Kasi nga, mas strict tayo dyan. Kasi nga, sensitive personal information. So, if it's, ayan, kung may mapaprocess mo lang yung sensitive personal information, if it's because of consent, law and regulation to protect the life, for medical treatment, court proceedings, or legal claims. Halimbawa, merong subpoena. Yan. So, yan lang po. Okay? So, example po, itong mga ito, ahensya na to, di ba? SEC, Insurance Commission, BIR. So, hindi na sila humihingi ng consent doon sa kinukuha na nila ng information. Kasi nga, meron silang mandato to do so. No? Yan. Okay. So, ito yung next nating principle, legitimate purpose. So, the principle of legitimate purpose. So, the processing of information shall be compatible with the declared and specified purpose which must not be contrary to law, morals, or public policy. Yan. So, hindi po pwedeng ang purpose ay for future use. Hindi pwedeng mga ganon, no? So, kayo naman meron naman kayong legitimate purpose. Halos lahat ng gobyerno, no? Unless, mag-collect kayo, wala sa mandato. Minsan, merong ganon, wala naman doon sa mandate, pero may ginagawa, di ba? Nagko-collect, hindi kailangan, wala doon sa mandato. So, yung pagka mga ganon, iba yun, no? So, dapat legitimate purpose lagi. Next, proportionality. So, na-discuss na rin natin ito kanina. Only what is needed for the purpose. Ito, katulad nito. Example, meron ba proportionality dyan? Ayan, pampagising lang yan. So, para daw makautang, kailangan mo yung mga yan. Yan. So, di ba walang proportionality? Obviously, walang proportionality. Yan. So, reminder, collect only what is needed for the purpose. Hindi lang collect, process. Only what is needed. Yan. And these are the penalties na na-discuss din kanina ni attorney. So, ayan. Hindi naman natin isa-isahin na yan. So, for example lang, yung access due to negligence. Yan. For example, according to the investigation, kaya pala na-hack yung system ay walang security measure in place. So, negligence. Yun. Kung mapansin nyo, yan yung mas matagal yung 1 year to 3 years kapag personal information lang. At yung mas matagal, 3 years to 6 years. Yan. Yun yung sensitive personal information. Unauthorized processing. Kailangan pala ng consent, pinrasis mo pa rin without consent. Yan. Unauthorized purpose. Ang dineclare mong purpose para sa payroll. Tapos, ginamit sa iba, napatunayan ginamit sa iba. Unauthorized purpose. Improper disposal. Kunwari na patunayan sa investigation, nakuha sa junk shop yung mga dokumento. Yan. Or intentional siya ginawa. Concealing breach. Kasi nire-report dapat sa NPC pagkaroon nagka-breach, so within 72 hours. So pag di mo na-report, parang ina-assume na mayroong concealment, no? So depende kung mapa-justify mo. Malicious disclosure, unauthorized disclosure, or combination of acts. Okay. So para daw maging compliant, okay. So ito yung ginawa ng NPC. The 5 pillars of compliance. Number 1, commit to comply. So, appoint a data protection officer. So, sino ba yung data protection officer? So, sabi ko nga kanina, so, is someone who must ensure the compliance of the organization to the Data Privacy Act. So, sino ba dapat yon? Kailangan ba siya lawyer or kailangan ba siya IT? Wala naman po sinabi sa batas na gano'n, no? By the way, meron po pala sinabi, kasama ngayon sa General Appropriations Act, yung data protection officer natin, no? Dapat ASEC position. Yan. Okay. So, yung data protection officer, hindi naman siya mag-isa. Again, emphasize ko lang, hindi siya mag-isang gagawa niyan. dapat merong katulong and support from the whole organization. Okay, next. Know your risk. Conduct a privacy impact assessment. So risk assessment po yan. So lahat dapat ng mga ginagawa niyong process or system, kung ano man ang tawag, na merong or involving personal information, must undergo privacy impact assessment. Nang sa ganon, you will be able to identify the risk and the security measures to be implemented to mitigate the risks. Yan. So kahit existing na yung mga process or system, dapat gawin pa rin ng PIA. Tapos halimbawa nagkaroon ng changes doon sa process, gawan ulit ng another PIA. Or halimbawa mayroon pa lang kayong gagawin na process, i-develop pa lang or bago pa lang implementation, dapat meron ng PIA. Okay? Next, be accountable. Create your privacy management program, privacy manual. So this is all where the documentation comes in. So lahat ng inyong programs, yung strategies, plans, yan. So nandito lahat sa privacy management program. Tapos yung mga policies, lahat ng policies, yan. Magkakasama lahat yan. Nandyan lahat ng documentation. Okay? By the way, itong privacy impact assessment and privacy manual, hindi naman po yan pinapasabit ng NPC, no? It stays at your organization's agency unless, yan, may karoon ng investigation or compliance check, so nire-require po yan. So, kailangan readily available lang, no? So, kanina narinig ko, meron na kayong mga ganyan, no? Privacy, yung mga policies, meron na. And ito, number 4, demonstrate your compliance. Implement your data, implement your privacy and data protection measures. Yeah. So yung mga policies natin, hindi dapat cascaded, no? Cascaded well. Mula sa top management hanggang sa pinakababa. Hindi porket may policy, okay na. So dapat strict implementation. At saka yung ating compliance, dapat hindi lang basta paper compliance. So, dapat operational compliance. Okay? So, dapat alam ng lahat kung ano yung nakalagay dyan sa policy na yan. Kasi nga, pagka merong hindi nakakaalam, baka magkaroon ng breach. Yan. So, be prepared. Number 5, be prepared for breach. Regularly exercise your breach reporting procedure. So, dapat meron din kayong tinatawag na breach response team who will be responsible para dito sa breach reporting procedure. Kasi ano yan, kumbaga halimbawa, nagkaroon ng breach. So, anong gagawin? So, dapat may mga procedure. Sino yung dapat kontakin? Sino ba yung dapat tawagan? Ano yung mga inyong script na nakahanda? Halimbawa, may tumawag na media, o kaya mga data subject, meron bang nakahandang ganon? Okay, ano pa yung mga dapat i-prepare? Okay, so mga remedies para hindi na kumalat, hindi na lumala yung breach. So yun po, yung 5 yan, yun po yung kailangan nating gawin. And, ayan, to sum it up, ayan, para malaman nyo talaga, lahat ng prosesong ginagawa nyo, no, lahat ng proseso, kahit ano pa man yan, lagi nating tatandaan, alamin natin kung sumusunod siya sa data privacy principles. Kasi palaging kadalasan may tinatanong, may violation ba ito? So para malaman mo kung may violation, nasusunod ba niya yung principles? Meron bang transparency? Meron bang legitimate purpose? And meron bang proportionality? Aside from that, meron bang security measures implemented? And na-uphold ba yung rights of data subject? Yan mismo yung sinasabi ng batas. So kailangan nasusunod yung 3 yan para sigurado kang walang violation. Yan. Ha? And I will leave you this quote, the data privacy golden rule. If you can't protect it, don't collect it. That's the end of my presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you, Sir Cleo Martinez. Very enlightening, very productive po.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello, naririnig po. So, as we mentioned while ago as our ground rule, after the two lecturers, we will have to accept questions, and we do encourage the participants na you can address your question personally directly to our two lecturers, Attorney Garland and Sir Martinez.
Okay.
May we now open the floor for questions. Ano natin malaman kung may mag-direct question? So any question from our participants? Okay, so far we receive one question here, and I think this is very relevant question. Let me read yung tanong po na galing po kay Joas Verman. Ito po yung tanong po, no?
Okay.
Siguro kay Sir Martinez po, kay Sir Cleo i-address to. What should we do if an agency, specifically from the PNP, asks for information of a certain person? Nangyayari po kasi ito sa COMELEC, yung ating PNP humihingi sila ng personal information ng isang botante in connection with their investigative work. Sir, may violation po ba ito sa Data Privacy Act?
Okay, good question. Again, babalik po tayo dun sa kaninang sinabi ko, yung lawful basis for processing. So kung yung pong panghihingi, okay, if it falls under dun sa mga nakalista po sa kanina, kung natatandaan nyo, if it falls under po doon, wala po tayong violation. So alin po ba yon sa palagay nyo, no? Alin dun yung basis ng lawful processing? Is it because of a law and regulation or legal obligation or the parang performance of the sa public yon yung sa police, no? So kung wala po doon yung yung lawful basis, yan violation po siya. Pero kung ito sabi niyo po may kaso tapos investigation, so wala pong wala pong violation. So again, pag merong collection or processing, tandaan po natin lagi kung meron lawful basis of processing. So yun nga, di ba, yung consent. Kung hindi kailangan ng consent, ano ba yung iba? Meron bang batas na nagsasaad na ayan or nag-a-allow para mangolekta ka ng information na yan. Yan. So yun po. So yun lang ang lagi nating tandaan. Kung wala, ay isipin natin ano pa talaga yung lawful basis niyan.
Sir? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you po, sir, sa question. Sa answer niyo po. Any other question po from our participants?
Yes, Amir Saludo from COMELEC Nueva Ecija.
Yes, Amir. Good afternoon.
Follow-up question lang doon sa pagkuha ng PNP ng information sa COMELEC. Malinaw na hindi lahat ng kinukuhang impormasyon ay para sa isang investigasyon ng isang kaso. Now, there are some clients na pumunta sa COMELEC, no, in my own experience, that were humiliated dahil sa pagbibigay namin ng kanilang residence area. No, na nakita sila sa barangay, no, then nagtanong sa barangay, saan galing po yan, sa COMELEC, na marami tayong klase ng kaso, meron karamihan po ay utang, no, yung mga pinapalo up ng mga pulis na yan, no, bibihira yung kaso na tungkol sa drugs, rape or other cases, no. So hindi po ba kailangan ng kasulatan pa ng request coming from PNP bago namin gawin yan o because we deemed it na para for lawful use, ibigay namin agad yung information.
Maganda pong tanong yan. Kaya na sabi ko kanina, kung dahil sa investigation, okay lang, may kaso. Pero ito kung wala, so dapat po talaga may kasulatan. Dapat po may kasulatan. At saka, dapat kayo rin naman as nasa inyo information, kung ano lamang yung kailangan na information, dapat yun lang talaga yung ibibigay natin. So, may kasulatan po dapat.
Informal request. Thank you so much, sir. Kasi not only the information, di ba, meron tayong dalawang klase ng impormasyon. Kung yun yung second, yung personal information is tungkol sa ethnic group mo or sa race mo, ang meron sa COMELEC, picture pa mismo at tema ng isang tao.
Ayun.
It's very, sensitive.
Dapat malinaw din sa kasulatan nila kung ano yung purpose. Kung ano yung purpose, pati yung hanggat maaari nga nandun kung ano yung kanilang lawful basis for collecting the information. Pwede naman tayong mag-compel sa kanila na ganun bago ibigay yung information. Mahirap din kasi yung walang kasulatan, basta na lang ibibigay. Para na sa ganun din, malinaw kung ano lang din yung dapat nating ibigay. Dapat proportional lang din mismo doon sa purpose na kanilang dineclare. By the way, hindi po ako attorney ha. May nakalagay kasi rito, thank you attorney. Hindi po ako lawyer, no? Pero yun lang. Ako lang yung talagang rito, taga-explain kumbaga sa layman's term. Yan. Okay, salamat po sa question.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions po?
Can you hear me?
Region, any other question?
Yeah, Mr. Sibayan, this is Tarlac. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon po, sir. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, this is a point of clarification from Mr. Martinez.
Yes,
binabanggit kanina, paulit-ulit yung collection ng data should be for a lawful purpose. Now, medyo naguguluhan ako dito considering yung question kanina ni Joash at ni Amir, no? Ano ba yung saan ba mag-a-apply yung lawful purpose? Is it the purpose of collecting data, or is it the purpose of requesting for data? Is it kasi ganito sa COMELEC, we gather data sa registration precisely for purposes of registration and voting. That's the lawful purpose under RA 8189. But then here comes the PNP saying that we need data from your office for this legal, quote-unquote, purpose, for lawful purpose. So saan ba mag-a-apply ang lawful purpose? Yung bang pangongolekta namin ng data o yung purpose ng PNP sa paghingi ng data?
It applies both ways po. Parehas. So,
both?
Both.
Kasi in my case, I gave an instruction to my election officers pointing out that we can deny the request of the PNP of registration and voting, and not for any other purpose, except may mga exceptions na binibigay sa atin, di ba? Yung kung mayroong case pending in court, an election case, in which case, kung mayroong order ang court for us to submit or provide data, we will have to comply. Or even if there is an investigation of an election-related case,
yes,
mayroong subpoena ang court, so clear yon. Pero dito kami naguguluhan sa request ng ibang agencies Halimbawa nga yung PNP. So, medyo naguguluhan ako, no? Kasi, yun nga, although may binabanggit sa sulat ng police na it's for this purpose, although hindi ka rin sigurado kung lawful nga yun, gagamitin sa lawful purpose, pero ang pinapanindigan ko is, sabi ko, yung data na meron kami, ang purpose niyan, ang lawful purpose niyan is for registration and for voting, nothing else.
Opo. So yun nga po, kailangan parehas merong, tama naman po kayo, yun yung purposeful, yung pag-process nyo ng information na yun, pag-collect tsaka pag-process nun, no? Yun yung inyong lawful, kumbaga meron kayong lawful basis. So si PNP naman, iba pa rin yung sa kanila, so dapat yung paghihingi nila ng data, meron ding lawful basis nung processing. So dapat palaging meron.
Excuse me, good afternoon. I am Attorney Alvin Gutierrez of Munoz, Nueva Mr. Martinez, I would just like to give my take on the matter. You know? In the first place, people have the right to privacy that is protected by the Constitution. And since we're speaking of Data Privacy Act as the law, and as you mentioned earlier, one of the main ingredients or major elements of gathering data is consent, right? Consent, Mr. Martinez?
Yes po.
Yes. Now, the people share their personal data to COMELEC as what Pest Randy just said, for purposes of election and registration. And it should not be used for investigation. Because if the people were aware that their personal data will be used for investigation, I don't think that people will openly register.
Tama nga po. Kaya nga po, you have to choose what is the appropriate lawful basis for processing. Kaya specifically, nakalista nga po doon, mami, dapat mag-fall under doon sa isa doon kung ano yung lawful base, kung ano yung appropriate na basis for processing.
Thank you very much.
Any other question? Thank you, Attorney Elvin. Any other question pa? Wala na po? So, kung wala na pong mga tanong, can we have a short icebreaker lang po? Hello? Hello po?
Hello?
COMELEC, Region 3. Pwede po tayong mag-icebreaker, saglit lang.
Okay.
Ayan lang, wala. Kung sino pa yung makakasagot dito sa mga questions namin. Okay, questions po na prepare. Wala naman lang po kasing prize ito. Pero meron po kaming mga question, yes. Sige, may mga trivia questions lang po before we proceed to our third lecturer. Sige, dyan. Okay, pakisagot nyo na lang po. You can send through our chat kung sino po yung unang makasagot. Okay, nakikita nyo na po yung first question. Who won the first Philippine national presidential election? A. Manuel Luis L. Quezon. B. Bishop Gregorio Aglipay. C. Emilio Aguinaldo. D. General Miguel Malvar.
Pakiulit po yung tanong.
Who won the first Philippine national presidential election?
Manuel Quezon.
A. Yan, may mga sumagot na. Tingnan mo nga kung sino yung pinakauna. Diyan. Sino yung pinakauna?
Bonifacio. Ba't wala sa option ng Bonifacio?
Diba? Yes. So, tumagot talaga.
Okay, ang pwede na ba namin i-announce yung nakasagot ng tama? Base po dito sa unang dumating sa amin, si Miss Valleroso, siya po yung nakasagot ng tama. Manuel Luis Quezon. Okay po. Gusto niya, iatid na lang namin yung price nyo. Ano po? Okay, yung pangalawa po. Siguro nakikita nyo sa screen nyo.
Hindi.
On blank, the Filipino... Hello?
Sir, di po kayo kita, sir. Ay, yung tanong.
Nawawala.
Hindi nyo pa nakikita sa screen nyo?
Hindi po, sir. Hindi po na-present.
Saan?
Ayan po, meron na.
Okay, nakikita nyo na?
Yes.
Okay. On blank, the Filipino women for the first time were given the chance to exercise the right of suffrage in a plebiscite as provided for by Section 1, Article 5 of the 1935 Constitution and implemented by Commonwealth Act Number 34. Kailan po yan? Yung exact date. A. April 30, 1937. B. May 30, 1934. C. June 30, 1943. And D. July 30, 1937. Okay. Sige po. Tingnan namin po kung sino yung unang nag-send ng tamang sagot. Sino si? Okay po. Ang pinakaunang sumagot ng tama ay si Miss Lizette Malyari. Hello, Miss Lizette? Miss Lizette? Miss Lizette? Wala. Yes, Miss Lizette. Kayo po yung nanalo for the second question. Deliver na lang namin kung nasaan kayo.
Yes, sir. Salamat po sa Porak
Miss Lizette,
po.
saan po kayo?
From OU-COMELEC Porak po.
Porak. Malapit lang po sa amin. Sige, di-deliver namin dyan.
Naku, hindi kaya.
Care of kay Attorney Gilbert S. Almario.
Yes, sir. Salamat, sir.
Kasi dumadaan si Attorney Almario dyan.
Thank you po.
Okay, last.
Thank you, sir.
Okay lang po. Last question na lang po para sa before we proceed. Ito po kung nakikita nyo na sa screen nyo yung third question. Okay, the elections for the Malolos Congress, also known as the Revolutionary Congress, were held in the Philippines from June 23 to September 10, 1898. These were the first elections for a national legislature in the Philippines. Who was elected president of the Malolos Congress? A. Pedro A. Paterno. B. Antonio Luna. C. Gregorio S. Araneta. And D. Pablo Ocampo. Marami yata ang nagpadala ng tamang sagot, pero isa lang po kung sino yung nauna. Ito po yung mabigat ang prize. Pag ito ay taga Pampanga, care of kay Attorney Almario. Pero pag ito taga Tarlac, care of kay Attorney Toto. Sino na natin? Ang pinakauna pong nagpadala ng tamang sagot ay si Sir Noel Lugay. Sir Noel? Sir Noel? Sir Noel?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, kayo po yung nakakuha ng kwan. Sa pong lugar po kayo?
Tarlac to, Tarlac.
Tarlac. Nako. Sir Kotom. Nako, samang-tama. Ang tama kay Sir Kotom yan. Okay. Arm's length lang kayo kay Attorney Kotom.
Sige po. Deliver. Kukunin ko dyan. Kukunin ko sa bataan.
Okay, salamat po sa patuloy na pakikinig sa ating pong lektura. And just a reminder, meron po tayong post-evaluation form Yung link has been provided po sa inyo. And then you can answer yung mga questions doon. And just to remind, 70% po ng passing score for you to receive yung certificate as a condition. Ang deadline po natin dyan is August 28, bukas po, 5 p.m. Ang pinaka-deadline to send yung post-evaluation form. Meron din po sa YouTube, pwede rin po kayong sumagot doon po.
Yung mga questions.
Okay. Kita mo na yung
history din.
Ito po yung pangalawang webinar code natin. Please take note. Ang ating pong DICT had implemented po yung ganitong system ng webinar code for you to stay alive and stay connected dito po sa ating lecture. So for the next third lecture po natin, it will be about the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. And our resource lecturer is from the Department of Information and Communication Technology himself, a Project Development Officer 1. Before he joined the DICT, he worked as a customer service representative in an ICT BPO industry in Metro Manila in mid-2015. To fulfill one of his dreams, which is to educate the young and soon-to-be professional, he became part of the academe in 2016 until 2018, in which he holds a position of assistant instructor and designate as a learning area coordinator at AMA University, the first in IT education and full online education in the Philippines. As of the present, he is a Project Development Officer 1 at the ICT Luzon Cluster 2, where he is assigned as a Tech for Ed Coordinator in the province of Quezon, formerly in the province of Aurora, Nueva Ecija, and Cavite. He is responsible for strengthening the existing Tech for Ed centers in the unserved and underserved communities in his area of responsibility, promotion, and advocacy of the Tech for Ed program, capacity building program support, and content management. In his first year at the ICT, he was trained to become one of the registration authority in the regional office, and he also became the focal person for the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure, or known as PNPKI, in the regional office. In addition, he became one of the lucky scholars of the DICT during the Rural Impact Sourcing Technical Training. This includes an extensive technical training regarding the digital marketing and e-commerce course, and subsequently passed all necessary requirements for the technical training. Today, he is pursuing his master's degree in business administration on his last term at AMA University. Concurrently, he is studying a data scientist course sponsored by the DOST, the PCIEERD, through the Development Academy of the Philippines, Course Bank, and the Analytic Association of the Philippines. May I welcome you to Mr. Koji A. Marquez, our lecturer. Sir?
Hello po, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Good afternoon, sir.
Alright, so marami pong salamat sa pag-imbita po sa akin bilang po resource person sa pagtatalakay po sa public key infrastructure or the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure, or the PNPKI. So now I'll just present my presentation po. So please bear with me lang po. All right. So nakita na po lahat ng aking presentation.
Okay po, sir, nakikita po.
Alright, so salamat po sa response. So, this presentation po will be focusing on the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. Right, so let's start. Start my presentation. So, yan. So, of course, I will just irritate lang po yung webinar rules po natin. So, of course, our webinar is recorded and streamed via YouTube po. Since we are many in this webinar po, kindly ensure that your microphones are in mute. So if you have any questions po, kindly type lang po yung mga tanong po natin at sasagutin ko po yan after po ng aking presentation. So during the Q&A po session natin. Then focus your attention during discussion. So avoid po distraction as like phones or television kapag nag-work from home po tayo. And lastly, at the end of the webinar po will be the question and answer portion. Right? So this is my points of discussion po. So I have actually 6 points of discussion. I'm focusing on what is PNPKI, what is the public key cryptography po, about digital certificates. So what is digital certificates? So ano po ng benefits po ng PNPKI? Ano po ba yung mga legal basis po of the e-signature and the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure? And of course, yung application requirements po natin and process. Yan. So, i-present ko lang po yung aming team. Ang aming team po is actually the PNPKI team. So, we compose actually 9 teams are nationwide. So, isang team po sa National Capital Region or the NCR. Tatlo po in the Luzon Island. We have also 2 teams in Visayas. Then, tatlo naman po sa Mindanao. So, yan. So actually the PNPKI LC2 team, so composed of 2 regions po. We have the Region 3 or the Central Luzon, and we have the Region 4A or Calabarzon. So all applications, inquiries, concern regarding po sa PNPKI under these 2 regions po will be addressed by the PNPKI LC2 team. Yan. So, we have 12 provinces po handling applications po. Yan. So, what's our contact information? Actually, we have specific contact information. We have lc2.support.pnpki@dict.gov.ph. Yan po. So, we have actually 9 contact information composes of these PNPKI teams po. So, if someone po is misrouted po or nag-send po ng application, example for LC2 or subscribers po na hindi naman po talaga covered ng LC2, don't worry po because we will endorse you to the proper PNPKI team po to process po yung applications po ninyo. Okay. Ayan. So actually, programa po ng PNPKI actually is under the DCD. So ang DCD po actually is under the Cybersecurity Bureau. So other division po or other divisions po ng Cybersecurity Bureau, we have the National Computer Emergency Response Team or the NCERT, and also the CSM or the Critical Infrastructure Evaluation and Cybersecurity Standards and Monitoring. So yan po. So PNPKI po is under the Digital Certificate Division or the DCD. Yan. So actually po, we have actually press release po that the DICT provides digital certificates po to the public. We also press release or news in the Philippine Store regarding to urge the electronic transaction to use the DICT services po. Ito po yung Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. We have also press release in the Philippine Information Agency to of course to offer the PNPKI to all government offices po. We have also the PTV News. Yan. So, the DICT offers actually the PNPKI to the government offices. And of course, we have the Business World. So, the DICT offers DOJ use of its PNPKI Digital Certificate. Ito po yung e-inquest po ng DOJ. Yan. And of course, in Manila Bulletin, we have also the digitalization of the government services eyed in the new normal. So, ang tanong po, what is the the DICT PNPKI. Ano nga po ba siya? So I will be discussing what is the Philippine National Public Infrastructure all about. So actually, I'm now presenting what is PNPKI. So sa first scenario po natin, di ba, we have many lines, di ba? Kapag kumuha po tayo ng negosyo or ng business permit in the LGU, di ba? In yung unang process natin, yung hindi pa uso ang technology way back 1990s, di ba? Way back in the 1990s po, di ba? Ilang window, minsan hanggang Windows 16. So window 1, pag sa window 1 pupunta ka ng window 2, window 3 hanggang window 16 ka pupunta, di ba? So many steps, kaya po yung mga negosyo po dati, di ba? Tinatamad ng pumunta or mag-apply ng business permit kasi nga po marami pong mga windows na pupuntahan. But in terms of technology po kasi, para po ma-fasten na po siya, di ba? Para ma-fasten na po siya, yan yung mga pictures po natin na marami talagang nag-apply in a government agency. Kailangan eliminate na yung mga maraming steps na yan, maraming windows na yan. So ano po ginawa ng government in response to the business permit na po yan para hindi na 8 windows or 16 windows ang pupuntahan nila. Actually, the DICT po ay naglunsad po or nag-launch po ng isang licensing system. We call it the EBPLS or the Electronic Business Permit and Licensing System para pwede na pong mag-apply po ang mga business owners po natin through the use of technology na po. So mag-login lang sila or mag-register po sila, then log in, then input na lang nila yung information po nila in the website. Para daw po from 18, 16, or 8 windows na pupuntahan nyo, we will be going only to 3 windows, 3 windows na lang po. Of course, after you filed yung pong information in the website, you just pay na lang po. The first step is you just pay the necessary fees regarding the business permit. Yan, that's the first step. Then the second step po is actually punta kayo sa munisipyo to verify lang po yung information at isubmit yung kailangan na isubmit na hard copy. Then the last step will be the release. So ganun lang pong 3 step na lang po ang ginawa ng government para po mapadali yung transaction in business. Yan, that's the ginawa po ng government po natin. So next po, 'di ba? Kung napapansin niyo po ito, okay, napapansin po ninyo yan. So maraming ulit pila. Di ba po? Maraming ulit na pila. So pila yan saan po yan? Sa PNP. Pag kumuha sila ng barangay, ng police clearance, di ba? Maraming pila. In NBI din, di ba? In NBI din po, way back 1990s or late 2000s, di ba po? Pagpunta tayo ng NBI, ang haba ng pila. Tama, ang haba ng pila. Tapos, manalangin ka na lang, di ba, manalangin na lang po tayo na dapat hindi tayo umabot ng 5 p.m. or else, di ba, pag 5 p.m. na sabihin po sa atin ay, bumalik na po kayo bukas. Yun yung the worst scenario po na nangyari talaga in the past years, di ba? Yan. So, actually, ano po ang ginawa ng government para ma-lessen po yung pila at ma-entertain po ang mga tao? Ang ginawa po ng government is to the use of online appointments, di ba? In passport, in NBI clearance, meron na pong mga online appointments po. Actually, in NBI po, in April 1, 2015, NBI no longer po talaga, hindi na po sila nag-entertain ng walk-ins as they implement a fully online application process po sa kanilang NBI clearance. Meaning, pupunta kayo sa portal nila or sa website nila, you register, or if you are registered, you just log in or sign in po sa website nila. Para po, you just pay, then i-verify po yung information, ipipicture po kayo, then release the NBI clearance kapag wala po tayong hit. So, ganoon na po yung nangyari po in this scenario. Okay? Third scenario naman, this is a third scenario. This third scenario actually, alam po natin ito about fraud documents. Okay? Ang sabi po ni Oscar Wilde, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. But when an artist attempts to pass an imitation as the real thing, it called it forgery. Diba? Kapag ginaya mo na yung gayang-gaya, yung isang document, it's called it forgery na. So alam naman po natin, di ba, yung University of Recto, you have instant po dyan. You have instant diploma, instant ID, instant everything. Diba? Pag wait ka lang ilang minutes, meron ka ng diploma, 'di ba? Ang sabi nga diyan, kapag punta ka ng recto, 'di ba? Punta ka ng recto, within 1 hour or 30 minutes, college graduate ka na. 'Di ba? So, paano nga ba natin 'yan malilesen yung fraud documents na po na 'yan, 'di ba? So, ang ginawa po ng government, 'di ba? Ang ginawa po kasi ng government po diyan is we implement just skip the video po. We implement barcodes, OCR, QR code, and digital signature. So yun po yung mga solusyon para ma-lessen po or we eliminate po kasi yung mga fraud documents. Okay? In the video po kanina, kasi I don't have the video po to play. In the previous video po, the city government po of Manila, pinaghuli po yung mga gumagawa ng falsification of documents po in recto. But of course, hinuli sila. But I think until now, ganun pa rin po, may nangyayari pa rin pong instant ID, instant diploma, TOR, yan. Okay? So yun po. The next scenario is the work from home due to ECQ, diba? Ito po yung naranasan natin. From the enhanced committee quarantine, we work from home, diba? So in work from home po, okay, we need ICT tools to continue po yung ating ang trabaho po, diba? Kailangan ng ICT tools like the computer. So, hindi naman mo magagawa ang trabaho kung wala kang computer, internet connection. Diba? As of today, diba? Ngayon, we have form of webinar to the use of ICT tools. Diba? So, diba, in the traditional way, when we conduct webinars, we go to the seminars, mga seminars. So, we have typical classroom, mag-discuss si resource person about his or her presentation. But now, since we have in the committee quarantine, we already embrace or we already parang tatanggapin na po natin kailangan ang ICT kasi this is already, we are now going to the digital age. Yan. So, ang nangyari po, di ba, in this work from home scenario, ang nangyari po ay, ang DICT po ay nag-impose po ng Department Circular, it's Department Circular number 6, para po sa guidelines po kung paano po mag-apply at mag-issue po ng digital certificate po sa mga external clients po during the state of public health emergency. Actually po, we have actually process for guidelines on the application and issuance po PNPKI digital certificates for external user kapag hindi po actually state of public health emergency. So nare-release lang po ito. Ito po yung basis namin paano po kami magtatanggap ng mga application at pag-issuance po ng digital certificate pag nag-apply po kayo sa amin. Okay. Yan. So ang tanong, what is PNPKI? So actually, PNPKI po actually stands for the Philippine National Public Key Infrastructure. Yan. So I'll have this video po. I'll just present another video po dito. So I prepare a video. Kindly bear with me lang po. Okay. Okay, here. Okay. I'll just present lang po yung another presentation po in the slides, Google Slides po. So please bear with me lang po. Here. Okay, nakikita na po lahat? Okay. So, here.
Many are unaware of the dangers lurking on the internet. Fraud, identity theft, and data tampering are the common security issues faced by users. As government agencies increasingly shift their services online, the need to address these issues and provide mechanisms for a safe, time-efficient and cost-efficient online services and assistance to the public also increases. To attain a higher level of security for online transactions, the DICT Cybersecurity Bureau is implementing a Public Key Infrastructure or PKI. It is the key for digital security. It uses state-of-the-art cryptography and digital certificates for digital signing and encryption. These two components are the primary instruments of PKI that ensures identification and authentication of users of applications. PKI uses both public and private keys. One key locks and the other unlocks. Imagine a set of lockers at a public pool. One key, a public key, is given to the customer to lock a compartment. To prevent the customer from forgetting to return the key after use, the locker can only be opened with a master key. The private key, which is held by the owner. The digital keys work hand in hand to ensure digital security. The public key is used to encrypt the file while the private key is used to decrypt it, and only the right digital certificate can open the information encrypted with PKI. Digital signing. When a user with a PKI token digitally signs a document or email, the intended recipient can be assured that the information within that document was created by the person whom the message was from and that it is safe to open. Encryption. Another feature of PKI is the ability of a user to secure information within a document by encrypting it. The encrypted document cannot be decrypted or altered by anyone without a private key. This means that the information is safe during transmission and storage. Validation. The ability to use the information within the digital certificate for validation services is another important feature of PKI. The digital certificate contains reliable information about the owner's name, birth date, public key, and the date of issuance and expiration of the certificate itself. When users avail of government online services, digital certificates play a major role in the application and verification process. The information within the digital certificate can be used to ensure that a transaction is being done by the right person. Traditionally, when transacting with the government, one has to physically appear and present a valid ID to confirm one's identity. With online transactions, there is no need to go to the government office and present a valid ID. Your PKI is your online valid ID. With citizens being able to transact with the government online, there is no need to go to government offices and spend so much time in long queues, saving them time, effort, and expenses with these services. PKI enabled the public can now trust online transactions. How to get a digital certificate? Digital certificates are created by a trusted certificate authority. As mandated by law, the root certificate authority will be the Department of Information and Communications Technology. This means that all digital certificates will come from DICT. The citizens and the government employees can get their PKI tokens at Certified Registration Authorities or RAs. Initially RAs, as defined by the project, will be the 4 agencies implementing the Unified Multi-Purpose ID or UMID. SSS, GSIS, Full Health and PAG-EB. Other RAs will be identified later. With PKI, the goals of achieving secured networks and online data exchange will be achieved.
Alright, so thank you po. Alright, thank you for the presentation. So I'll be presenting again my PowerPoint presentation. So please bear with me lang din po while I'm presenting my presentation. So nakikita na po ang aking presentation. Yes, I think it's already presented. So yan po, that's about the a video regarding the PNPKI. So ano nga po ba ang PNPKI? Yan. PNPKI. Actually, PNPKI po is a process or a system of process, technologies and policies that allows you to encrypt and sign data. So yan po, para ma-encrypt po yung data or information para hindi po mabasa ng ibang tao. So that is one features po PKI, and also you want to sign it electronically. So yan din po yung system po ng PKI. So ano yung purpose po ng PKI? So the purpose po of the PKI or the public key infrastructure ay to facilitate po the secure electronic transfer po na information for a range of network activities katulad po ng e-commerce, internet banking, tsaka confidential email. So actually po, PNPKI in the simplest sense is actually yung isang way po para i-identify po ng ang isang tao, isang organization, or isang machine through the means of technology or electronically. Yan. So actually po, PNPKI po has two components po. We have the cryptography and the digital certificate. Okay? So yun po yung my presentation po regarding the PNPKI. So the two components po will be discussed regarding po sa public key cryptography. So yan. So ano nga po ba ang cryptography muna? So ang sabi po, ang cryptography is from the Greek word cryptos, okay, meaning hidden. So it is a method po of storing and transmitting data in a particular form so that only those for whom it is intended can read and process it. So yan po ang meaning ng cryptography. So actually po, cryptography uses po a mathematical science para po ma-encrypt at ma-decrypt po yung data. So later po, I will be explaining po ano ba yung encrypt at decrypt na yan. Okay? So, and of course, it enables you to store sensitive information or transmit it across unsecured networks po katulad ng internet so that it cannot be read by anyone except to the intended recipient. So, yan po ang one features po of the PKI. So, ano nga po ba ang public key cryptography? Pag sinabi po natin public key cryptography, ito po isang asymmetric cryptography po na kailangan po ng dalawang pairs of keys. Ano po yung pairs of keys? Susi po para ma-lock mo yung document or ma-encrypt po yung document. Pag sinabi po encrypt po yung document, it will be transformed po na unreadable information. Ibig sabihin,
Siya, diba? Ayan. Hello, sir. Nakamute po yata kayo. Nakamute siya.
Ay, hello po. Sorry po.
Apo.
Ayan. So, ulitin ko lang po ulit. I believe, okay.
So yan. Ulitin ko lang po ulit. So what is PKI? So PKI po actually enables risk po to be properly managed so that electronic transaction can be performed on open, insecure networks such as the internet. Okay? So this PKI actually in a simplest sense po is a way to identify po para malaman po ninyo kung sino po talaga yung tao, yung organization o kaya yung machine na ginamit po niya. Okay? So we have two components po we have two components of PKI. We have the cryptography and digital certificate. So yan po for my discussion of PNPKI, that's the presentation all about what is PNPKI. So I will now discuss po regarding the public key cryptography. So ano nga po ba muna ang cryptography? Ang cryptography po ay derived po or nanggaling sa salitang Griego na meaning ay Griego na cryptos na ibig sabihin po ay hidden, meaning tago or tinatago. Is a method po of storing and transmitting data in a particular form so that only those for whom it can intended read and process it. Meaning po, pag sinend ko sa inyo yung information, hindi niyo siya mababasa kung hindi kayo intended user. Kasi po, ang ginagawa po ng cryptography, tinatranslate po yan in a mathematical science po. Actually, it's a mathematical science para hindi po malaman agad yung information. Kaya a good example po nito in way back in our history po, si Julius Caesar. If you know who is Julius Caesar po, meron po siyang message, di ba? Meron siyang message na pinapadala niya sa messenger niya. Pero ang message na yon nung pag binasa yun ng messenger niya, hindi agad mabasa. Kasi nga po, ang ginagamit po ni Julius Caesar dati is cryptos or cryptography. Meaning, merong taga-interpret po yung parang symbols po niya doon sa other parties. So, yan po yung cryptography. So again, cryptography po is uses mathematical science para po ma-encrypt at decrypt po yung data. So it enables din po to store sensitive information or transmit it across unsecure networks like po ng internet so that it cannot be read by anyone except the intended recipient. So that is cryptography. So meron po tayong sinasabi naman na public key cryptography. So ano naman po ba ang public key cryptography? Ibang term po sa public key cryptography, ito naman po yung asymmetric cryptography na kailangan po ng dalawang pairs of keys. Ano po yung pairs of keys na to? Ito po ang natawag natin public key at private key. Pag sinabi natin yung public key, ito po yung nag-e-encrypt. Meaning, kino-convert po yung information nyo sa hindi mabasang information para yung intended recipient po na mayroong private key, pwede po niyang i-unlock ito at mabasa na. So, to have demonstration or illustration po about public key cryptography, example po si Ana. So, si sender po, example, ang pangalan po niya si Ana. Si Ana po ay mag-send po siya ng message kay Juan. So, para po ma-secure yung information niya, kasi yung information po niya ay confidential. Example ng confidential na information niya ay hello world. Yan po yung confidential message niya. So, ang gagawin ni Ana, so, gagamitin niya yung public key niya, okay, gagamitin niya yung public key niya para ma-encrypt yung information. Once na na-apply po ang public key, hindi na po hello world yung lalabas dyan, kundi encrypted message na, hindi na yung salitang hello world. So ang gagawin ni receiver or ni recipient na si Juan, kailangan gamitin niya po yung private key niya para mabasa niya to. So ang gagawin niya, he will use yung kanyang private key to decrypt the message po para mabasa niya na hello world lang pala yung sinabi ni Ana sa akin. Pero dahil si Ana, ang alam niya this information ay sensitive, ginamit po niya yung public key niya. So, ayan. So, para po mabasa ng receiver. Caution, okay, caution. Everyone else, tayo po lahat, pag nag-apply po kayo sa PNPKI, PNPKI actually give you a public key. Lahat po tayo magkakaroon ng public key. So, sa public key na to, we can actually encrypt. Actually, we encrypt the message para hindi mabasa po yan ng ibang tao. Okay? Kasi po, kapag, paano magandang example, lahat po tayo actually sa email, nag-send tayo ng email, di ba? Nag-send tayo ng email. For sending an email po, we can send information to our coworkers, di ba? Na nalalaman din niya yung message. But if this email po ay mayroong public key na in-encrypt mo yung message, kahit po sinend po niya sa lahat po ng empleyado, pero yung message kasi niya is intended lang example kay Juan, hindi po mababasa to ng ibang empleyado, kundi si Juan. Kasi si Juan po, meron siyang public key at meron siyang private key din. So pag nag-apply po kayo, we issue a public and a private key. Kasi po ang private key, meron po yung hash, parang hash code. So meaning, yung hash code na to, kung sa'yo talaga yung message, kaya nyo pong i-decrypt yung message po ng isang document. Okay? Yan, that's a caution. Now, that is about public key cryptography. Now, let's go now po, what is digital certificates? So, first, we will discuss ano ba yung digital signature. Kapag sinabi natin digital signature, it's a type of electronic signature and a mathematical scheme for verifying the authenticity, integrity, non-repudiation of a message, then often used to implement electronic signatures. So yan po ang digital signature. Okay. So this is example po of digital signatures. Yan, digital signatures. So kung mapapansin niyo po sa aking presentation, okay, kapag sinabi po nating digital signature, ito po yung ginagamit para ma-verify po yung authenticity, integrity, at ng non-repudiation ng isang document. Kasi po, when we say electronic signature, ang electronic signature po kasi pwede yung scan copy ng pirma nyo, di ba? O kaya kapag nag-apply kayo or nag-sign up kayo ng isang account sa social media, mayroong nakalagay na tick na checkmark, di ba? It's a form also a electronic signature. Or yung ating mga tab naman, yung example, yung kailangan itatab mo yung isang document, is a form of electronic signature din. Kapag gumamit tayo ng Adobe Acrobat, di ba minsan sa Adobe Acrobat, ilalagay mo dyan na yung buong pangalan mo na lang para is like electronic signature. Okay. But in terms naman po, for digital signature kasi, andyan na po kasi yung non-repudiation, integrity, at authenticity ng isang document po. So, when we say po digital certificate, so ano nga po ba ang digital certificate? Ito po yung ini-issue po actually ng certificate authority para po proof po siya ng individual electronic identity. Kasi po in the digital certificate po, andyan po mismo yung pangalan ninyo at kung anong agency, saan kayong agency talaga. Okay? So this is an electronic passport po that allows you or an organization to exchange information securely over the network. So yeah, so this is a type of actually we have two types of digital certificates. We have individual certificates. So for individual certificate po, we are providing authentication and signing. So given on the right side sa inyong screen, ito po yung summary po ng aking digital certificate. So malalaman niyo po dyan kung sino yung talagang nag-sign ng document, saan po siyang agency, okay? So my name, the agency kung saan po ako, at sino po yung nag-issue ng digital certificate ninyo. Okay? Then, yung validity po niya, so the validity of my signature from 2019 to 2021, tsaka intended usage po niya na non-repudiation, meaning hindi nyo pwedeng itangge na hindi ikaw yan. Okay? So, this certificate issued by the Gov Signing CA, ang nakalagay po dyan is the DOST. Bakit po DOST? Kasi po, nung na-implement po ang aming digital certificate, DICT is not yet created. Kasi po, ang DICT is, yung preceding agency po ng DICT is under the DOST. DOST po, this is called ICTO, or the Information and Communications Technology Office. So ICTO po siya under the DOST. So nag-implement po siya ng digital certificate. Right now po, we are in the process po of changing the changing of agency from DOST to DICT. So, example naman po kapag pumirma po kayo ng documents, I just hide my signature po dito for my security lang po for my signature. Pirma ko po ito, example yung smiling face, pirma ko po siya, then sino po yung pumirma dyan? Andyan po yung date and time kung kailan ko siya pinirmahan. For example, for this document po, pinirmahan ko siya last April 3, 2020 at 1:50:33 seconds. Ganun po siya kagrabe. Kumbaga, malalaman talaga hanggang seconds, milliseconds niya kung kailan nyo talaga pinirma yung inyong document. Okay? And paalala lang po, if you have your digital certificate, hindi po when you already set up your digital certificate po, wala po ditong backdated. So because kapag na-install niyo po yung digital certificate po, you'll be installing the timestamp, na ang timestamp po kasi is align po siya kay real time. So hindi niyo pwede siyang i-backdated pag pumirma na po kayo ng document. So there will be no backdated na po dito. Okay? So nga po, we provide the authenticity and integrity ng isang document. Another type of digital certificates is called the agency certificate. Ito naman po, katulad din siya ng individual, ang pinagkaiba lang po yung mismong agency yung nakalagay dyan. Example, kung COMELEC, andyan po si COMELEC Region 3, yun po yung pangalan na po niya. Then, digitally signed by COMELEC Region 3 kung kailan po niya pinirmahan yung isang document. Unlike po dito, kay individual, pangalan po mismo ng individual while the agency mismo yung agency niya. Okay? We have also the SSL certificate. So ano po ba yung SSL certificate? Okay? Ang sabi po, ang SSL po stands for Secure Sockets Layer. So ito po yung authentication in computing po. Okay, in computing, na small file lang po or small data files that digitally bind to cryptographic keys to organization details. So kapag in-install niyo po ito kasi kay web server, it activates the padlock and the HTTPS protocol that allows you to secure connection from a web server to a browser. Ito po yung example po kapag payments, financial payments po, di ba? Financial payments. Sa financial payments po kasi, di ba, may makikita ko po sa URL, okay, sa locator or the web address po ng isang web browser natin, may mapapansin kayo yung HTTP lang at HTTPS. Ano yung mas secure? HTTP o yung HTTPS? Mas secure po yung merong S sa dulo. Meaning, hindi po pwedeng makuha yung information doon ng hacker. So please check po kapag you engage in electronic transaction, especially in the internet po, make sure to check the web browser kung secure po ba yung network niya.
Kasi po, minsan, pag hindi po siya HTTPS, kinokollect po niya yung data ninyo, which can be used in cybercrime. O, di ba? Cybercrime. Ano ba yung cybercrime? Ginamit na yung credit cards ninyo, hindi nyo pa alam. Ginamit na yung information nyo, hindi nyo pa alam. So, be always cautious po in the web browser and in the URL po to make sure that the URL that you are going with HTTPS. So yan. And so yan, example po kay DICT, meron pong padlock na kulay green. Okay? So yan po ang tatandaan natin when it comes to electronic transactions. All right. So yung SSL po natin, you can apply it again to the DICT. So yan. So DICT, okay, for the DICT, we will be giving or issuing you a digital certificate and a public key. Okay? Yan. So we are now end with my third discussion about the digital certificates. So let's go now with the benefits of the PNPKI. So we have actually 4 benefits of the PNPKI. We have the authentication, confidentiality, integrity, and non-repudiation. So when we say authentication po, ito yung authentication, okay? So it means that your action or the process po o yung action po of verifying the identity of a user or a process. Meaning po, example dyan, so, kinuha ko po to sa one of my colleagues, malalaman niyo po kung sino mismo yung pumirma ng document. Okay? So example po dito, digitally signed by, or signature is valid, signed by Vizcara, Shell, and Bilag. Signing time is 2019, June 10, at 10:27 a.m., 8 standard time, 8 Philippine Standard Time. So meaning po dyan, pinirmahan po talaga yan ni Vizcara Cheryl Ann. Okay? That's one of the authentication po ng aming digital signature. For next is confidentiality. For confidentiality nga po, ito yung sabi ko kanina in my early discussion na we can encrypt actually your message. You actually encrypt your message para maging confidential po siya at wala pong makabasa ng iba. Okay? So it only allows a private or specific private or intended private key po para ma-decrypt po yung message. Next, we have actually integrity. Okay? Ano naman yung integrity? For integrity, ito naman po, meaning po niya, knowing if the document has been tempered or still its original state. Kasi po, once you edit a document, meron pong makikita sa signature panel po, pag PDF po to, na ni-revise ng ibang tao yung document ninyo. So, pwede niyong sabihin na, hindi ko na yan in-edit, may edit ng ibang tao dyan. So, malalaman po yan sa signature panel. At signature panel po kasi, doon po lahat ng transaction makikita after ng isang taong mag-sign po ng document. Okay? That's the integrity. That's the third. Of course, the last one is the non-repudiation. Pag sinabi natin non-repudiation, ito po yung insurance na isang tao na hindi pwede niyang i-deny na hindi siya yon. Okay? For if we issue a certificate or digital certificate po, may intended usage po yan na non-repudiation talaga. Okay? Na hindi niya pwedeng itanggi na hindi niya pinirmahan yan. So that's the key features po ng digital certificate of the PNPKI. Okay? So we are done now for the benefits po of PNPKI. So let's go now with the legal basis of the e-signature and the PNPKI. So actually po, saan po ba nanggaling yung paggamit natin ng electronic signature or the e-signature? This is in the law of RA 8792 or the Electronic Commerce Act of 2000. Ang sabi po sa Section 7 ng sinabing batas na
nire-recognize yung paggamit or yung electronic document. Nire-recognize po yung electronic document. Na ang sabi, electronic documents daw po shall have the legal effect, validity, or enforceability as any other document or legal writing. So for evidentiary purposes, an electronic document shall be functional equivalent to a written document under existing laws. So in RA 8792, pag meron kang electronic documents, ibig sabihin po, nire-recognize po yan ng batas as a katulad po yan ng written document. And of course, in Section 8 naman of the said law or the E-Commerce Act of 2000, yung electronic signature naman daw po, electronic signature on an electronic document shall be equivalent to the signature of a person on a written document. Okay? So, ibig sabihin po niyan, parang pag nag-sign ka ng document electronically, it will be recognized din po as legal as per RA 8792. Yan. So, ito lang po yung legal basis for PKI. So, for the legal basis of PKI, we have AEO or the Executive Order 810 Series of 2009. So, application or Section 4, application of the digital signatures in e-government services. Ang sabi po dito, all government agencies and instrumentalities providing e-government services to its client shall require the use of digital signatures in their respective e-government services. So that's the legal basis po. Kaya po nag-create si PKI for using a digital signatures. Again po, magkaiba po yung electronic signature at digital signature. Pag sinabi natin electronic signature, ito po yung scan copy or pinirmahan po natin na document na nilagay po natin sa computer. While the digital signature po, you need to apply po to a certain certificate authority para po magamit naman yung digital signature nyo. Ibig sabihin po dito, the electronic signature is work hand in hand with digital certificate. Okay? Now, ano pa ang ibang legal basis on electronic evidence? This is accordance with Administrative Matter number 01701 SC or in the Supreme Court. This is the rules on electronic evidence in Rule 6, Section 1. Ang sabi po dito, an electronic signature or a digital signature po authenticated in the manner prescribed hereunder is admissible in evidence as the functional equivalent of the signature of a person on a written document. So Supreme Court already ruled out na tinatanggap po sa korte ang paggamit po ng electronic signature at ng digital signature. Okay? Now, another legal basis, we have the GPP Resolution 16-2019. So, ang sabi po dito ng GPB or the Government Procurement Policy Board na pwede nyo pong gamitin ang digital signature. Again po, digital signature po, hindi po e-signature. For all your procurement-related documents. Ang sabi po dito, in Section 3 po, allow the use of digital signature in all procurement-related documents. And in the same GPP resolution, you need to notify po the GPP PSO, notifying them na gagamit na po kayo ng digital signature. Okay? Yan. And of course, next, we have also the COA Circular 2020-009. Okay, this is about actually it was released last April 21, 2020, which promotes the use of the PNPKI for the authenticity and integrity of reports. Okay? So yan. So ang sabi po dito, sa lahat po ng heads, bureaus, offices, local units, chief of financial management service, chief accountant, cashier, disbursing officer, budget officer, assistant commissioner, directors, and state auditors of ng COA, and all other concerned. We have a temporary relaxation in application of certain provision of COA Circular Number 2014-002 and dated April 15, 2014. The COA Memorandum Number 2014-009 dated August 28, 2014 in the area subject to quarantine during the period of state of calamity declared under Proclamation Number 921 dated March 16, 2020. So yan. So dito po in the paragraph F po ng the COA circular, ang sabi po dito, recipient agency may submit electronically generated reports through email provided that the agency's authorized officer shall certify as to the accuracy and correctness of the content of the report. Yan. To improve the authenticity and integrity of the report po, the signatory to the report may affix his or her electronic signature using digital certificate given by the Department of Information and Communications Technology in relation to the Public Key Infrastructure Program. So, inaalaw na po ni COA yung electronic generated reports. And sabi po, through this circular, it's just a relaxation or temporary relaxation on recording and reporting of all donations received by the agency. It is started as a COA recognized the need to use the PNPKI digital certificates po. So yan, so for the traditional workflow natin, di ba, you create, you print, you sign, you scan, and you share. Diba? Minsan kasi, ang nangyayari sa atin, sa pag-printing may nakitang mali. Diba? Pag magpipirma na si signatory, sabihin niya, ay may mali dito. Ang gagawin mo, mag-i-edit mo pa ulit. Diba? Sayang po sa papel. Unlike in a paperless transaction using the digital certificate, you can actually create, kapag may mali dyan, sabihin lang ni signatory, i-edit mo ito. So you can create it, wala na po tayong ipiprint out na papel, and you can actually sign a document electronically, then you can share it to the public. So less paper na po siya. So digital signing has actually financial benefits po. Okay? So it reduce cost of paper, ink, printer, reduces cost of manpower, time in servicing forms, contracts, applications. It's also reduced cost of transportation, handling freight, postage, courier services, and traffic and custom delays. Yan. Reduced cost of delays in signing, transmitting, approving, and processing. Reduces cost of maintaining physical storage, digitalization, and archiving. Reduce cost of fraud, encoding errors, tampering, modification of signed documents, and it reduces also the cost of loss of reputation or credibility due to security leaks and breaches. So yeah. So we have actually the PNPKI partners. We have SEC. Okay, para naman po ito sa mga online submission of reports po sa kanilang brokers. Okay? And of course, the first LGU po para nag-apply po of Government Registration Authority is the Lungsod of Davao or the City of Davao in Mindanao. In terms po yan sa kanyang Archives and Record Office in their City Records Management System po. Yan. So we have actually ongoing coordination of the different agencies. We have actually the GPB, the Anti-Red Tape Authority, the Office of the President, Department of Budget and Management, the DICT MIAS, the Department of Health, Credit Information Corporation, PhilHealth, the Department of Public Works and Highways, the Philippine National Art Corporation, the Department of Agriculture, and the DTI, the Bureau of Philippine Standards. So that is the legal basis po of the PNPKI. So I'll be showing you po
a official document that actually promotes the use of the digital signature po. Ito po ay isang joint memorandum circular po of a different government agency po. So this is in terms naman po of the in terms po ito sa joint circular number 1 of the Anti-Red Tape Authority or the ARTA, the DICT, the DILG, the DHSUD or the Department of Human Settlement and Urban Development, the DPWH, the CAAP or the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, the Department of Health, and the Food and Drug Administration. So just showing po sa inyo yung joint circular number 1 that the different heads of the organization po of the mentioned agency po uses the digital signature of the PNPKI. All right. So if you can see po, this is actually the Republic of the Philippines, the joint circular number 1. In the last part po of this memorandum circular po, this is about telecommunication po, industry of telecommunication industry po. So actually, they promoted the use of the digital signature po. We have here the Director General of the ARTA, of course, the Secretary of the DICT, the Secretary of DLG, the DHSUB, okay? Yan po yung promotion of the using of the digital signature po ng different government agency. And also, in the recent development po of the coordination with ARTA, they also impose or a joint memorandum circular po about importers and exporters po naman ng freight forwarders or logistic companies, cargo trucks operators, container yards operators of container freight station dock. So about po ito sa import and export. So I'll again show you this memorandum circular po of the ARTA. And so, in the last part po of this memorandum circular po, they actually use the electronic signature po given by the DICT. So, yan po. So, this joint memorandum circular po of the different government agency uses po ng digital certificate. Okay, so we have date signed August 5, 2020. Okay, so lastly po for my presentation, the process flow naman po of the application of the digital certificate. Okay, so I'm just presenting. All right, so here it goes. So for the online application process po, for the online application process, I'll be showing you a video again for the PNPKI online application process.
Philippine National PKI. PNPKI online application process. Step 1. Access the PNPKI website. Go to https://dicity.gov.ph/PNPKI. Click on individual certificate. Step 2. Download the application form. Click on Application Form. Note that this page also shows the list of requirements. Step 3. Fill out the application form. Open the application form using a PDF reader like Adobe or Foxit. Fill out all the required information in the form. Step 4. Fill out the declaration page. Fill out the date, place, and name of applicant in page 2. It will automatically fill out page 4. Once complete, save the file as PDF. Step 5. Send application form and requirements. Email the application form and scanned copy of supporting documents to info.pnpki@dicity.gov.ph. The PNPKI team will check the completeness of information and submitted requirements. If complete, the PNPKI team will send an email to set up a video call schedule for identity verification and presentation of original documents, IDs, passport, and so forth. Sign page 2 and page 4 during the video call, and submit the signed application form to info.pnpki@dicity.gov.ph. Once the signed application is received, an email will be sent to the applicant's email address within 2 to 3 business days, containing his or her digital certificate download credentials. For more information, visit https://dicity.gov.ph/pnpki.
All right, thank you. All right, so also for parting ways po for my presentation. Okay, so this is already my my last presentation. So we already end with the application process. So ganyan po, di ba, ang nangyari sa atin? So with the use of the PNPKI, just in one click, we have already all the necessary documents po ng ating documents. And ang sabi po ni Natarhan Kanjakastan Karan, going digital is no longer an option. So it's already the default. So he actually the chair of the IT Governors Steering Committee of the World Economic Forum and the CEO and MD of Tata Consultancy Services po. So again, maraming pong salamat sa pakikinig and have a pleasant day po. If you have any question po, you can actually type po in the chat box po or to the link po na provide po kanina sa chat box. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you po sa lecture nyo. And now, for our question and answer, again, we request po yung ating mga participants if you have any direct question to our lecturer. Or if you want po sa chat or sa ating pong YouTube. Yun po sa Google Form natin.
Sir, pwede po bang maibalik muna kanina yung link doon sa kung ano sabi niya? Meron tayong quiz doon sa questions and answer. Pwede mamaya, sir?
Ali po, sir?
Yung link na kanina question and answer na dapat makakuha kami ng 70%.
Ay, apo, sige po.
Mamaya, sir.
Sige po,
Kasi
sige po.
hindi ko na, okay.
Okay po, sir. Ano question na ito? Ano nakapost?
Any questions po?
Any question po sa ating mga participants? Sir Koji, pwede po magtanong?
Yes po. Sir.
Sir, this is just a thought in the wilderness po, kung sakali. Yung system po ba ng PKI, Public Key Infrastructure, could this be the same system kung sakali po ang COMELEC would go for a paperless election? Pwede po ba yung sistema na yan and would it be safe? Sir, naka-silent po kayo? Naka-mute po kayo, sir?
Hello po.
Sir, naka-mute po kayo. Okay. Naka-mute. Hello, sir. Sir, naka-mute po kayo?
Narinig na po ako.
On and off po kayo, sir. Sir, hello?
Hello po. Wait lang sir, wait lang po. Hello sir, ito po. Okay na? Hello po. Hello sir?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Alright, so for the questions po, so actually it depends on the agency po kasi. In the agency, in regards for the digitalization of the COMELEC po eh. But for the DICT po kasi or other government agency, in regards po in the records management po, they are now trying to digitalize po yung mga documents. For the PNPKI po kasi, the soft copy, ang soft copy na po will be stored in a secure place po or in secure computer po kasi. For the PNPKI po digital certificate po kasi, you cannot deny na po kasi na hindi ikaw yung pumimra nun. So we always tell po to the applicants or to the audience po when applying for a digital certificate, wag na wag po yung papagamit na po yung inyong laptop once you installed the digital certificate, because po according to the law po, it already recognized as a legal documents na siya. So yan. And in regards po sa fees in the PNPKI, for the application of PNPKI is free, libre lang po siya. You can apply na libre po, wala pong bayad. Okay, so paano matutulong ng PNPKI sa election process ng Pilipinas? Actually, sir, for the PNPKI po kasi, we promote it for the signing of documents po kasi siya, for signing of documents and authentication po ng isang file or ng isang documents. I believe po, okay? I believe po for the records po ng agency, it helps the agency po. But for the elections, I think wala pa po sa election po in regards for the PNPKI. So for the letters and transmittals po, you can use the PNPKI po to validate the authentication of the documents. Any questions pa po?
Hello, sir.
Yes po.
Hi, sir. Sa Malolos po ito.
Yes,
Actually,
sir.
hindi ako techie. Hindi ko alam kung paano ko i-frame yung question. But yung tungkol sa private key, if I am the holder of a private key, can I open another document that was encrypted by a different public key?
Sir, kung si public key po ay nag-encrypt ng isang document po, intended user lang po or intended recipient lang po ang decrypt ng document. So kahit na meron kayong private key, kung hindi man po kayo intended talaga po ng information na yon or documents na yon, hindi niyo po siya ma-open.
Okay po. So yung paggamit natin ng PKI is limited only doon sa holder ng public key at saka sa holder ng private key na magka-match. Tama po?
Yes, sir. But in terms of the sending an information or documents po over the internet or unsecured networks po.
Precisely po. Thank you po.
Okay. So ilang araw po ang estimated time pagkuha ng PNPKI account mula sa pag-apply? So actually po, it depends on the applicant. So depende po sa applicant eh. So for the application po kasi, we will start encoding po of your information once we receive that necessary documents. Yung pag nag-verify na po kayo at sinabi po ng RA officer na your documents is complete, document is already been fully screened, it takes typically it takes 2 to 3 business days po para po ma-issue kayo ng PNPKI account. Okay, next question po. Is the private key solely attached to the computer to which said public key was? Actually, sir, yung private key is attached with the digital certificate na i-install po sa computer device. So, question. What if may mali sa documents na pinasa ng applicant? Paano po dapat gawin? Sir, can I clarify po yung last question mo? What if may mali sa documents na pinasa ng applicant? Ito po ba during the interview na po ba? So if due before the interview, okay, so before the interview po kasi, the email administrator po i-check po niya kasi yung information, yung required details sa information. So for the required information, dapat naka-fill up po yon. Okay? So for the email administrator, kaya po magkaroon ng verification process para po malaman in the application form na siya po ba talaga yon. So you need to verify po talaga yung in the part of the verificator po, he or she needs to verify po yung lahat ng information niya na required sa application. So kapag may mali, so hindi po kasi malalaman po ni email administrator actually kung may mali sa pangalan. Example po, may mali sa pangalan ng asawa mo. So ang required documents lang po natin is actually birth certificate and UMID ID. So may mali doon sa pangalan ng asawa mo. The email administrator po kasi don't know kung sino po talaga asawa mo because we did not required to pass a marriage certificate unless you want to use the last name of your husband. Kasi wala kang pinakita sa aming valid ID na nakapangalan sa asawa mo. So we will be requiring you to pass a marriage contract. So doon po kasi is the part na po ng RA assistant or RA officer na i-verify po mismo yung information na nasa application form. So once na ma-validate po ito ni RA officer, RA assistant po, at may mali po doon, sasabihin po kasi kay applicant na he need or she need to submit again a revised application form para pag na-input yung information sa system, tama na po siya. Okay? So yun po yung gagawin po natin in regards with pag may maling information doon sa application. Pero once na tinignan po ni email administrator po kasi na may kulang na document, he will not endorse the application for appointment. Okay? So kailangan kasi makita muna ni email administrator po, kailangan makita po muna niya na kumpleto yung requirements at documents po yan sinabit sa amin. Okay? So, once na kumpleto po yun, magkakaroon po ng notification doon sabihin na you will scheduling an appointment na po for verification process. So, next, from Marvin G. What application is using the digital signature for electronic documents in our CPU? For this po, you can use Adobe Acrobat Reader, FaxIt, DigiSigner. Okay, you can also use in the Microsoft Word. Kung ayaw nyo po yung sa tatlo, you can use actually in the Microsoft Word pagsasign po ng document. Next po, from Bets Aquino. So, if the digital certificate was transferred to another computer or laptop, said new laptop or computer in use the public represent the digital certificate. Actually, sir, we will providing you a unique digital certificate. It's a small file po siya, a small file that will be used in your laptop. So, if you wish to have the same digital certificate po, you have a backup copy. You have a backup copy po of the document. So, you will just transfer po yung backup copy to the new device po. Kasi in this public infrastructure, may hash code naman po siya. Same naman din po yung pagkakakilanlan ng private key doon. Okay? A public and a private key. So, same lang naman po siya ng hash code.
Sir, clarification.
Yes po.
Okay. Sir, this PKI, the use of PKI, no? This is for government employees lang or some government agency who communicates or transfers sensitive information to other documents, to other government agency or to other departments. As far as we are concerned, kaming mga election officers, wala namang kaming tinatransfer na data sa ibang government agency unless may request sila, and we transfer mostly mga aming mga data sa department itself lang din, sa COMELEC lang din, different departments in the COMELEC. Now, do you think it is redundant for us to have this keys? Kasi verification after verification, or this is para lang talaga sa transaction outside our agency? Kasi wala pa rin kaming digital transaction sa clients. Yun lang po, sir.
Okay po, thank you po doon, sir. First of all po muna, sir, I'll just clarify po for the PNPKI application. For the PNPKI application po is open for all, for public. So, a private individual actually can apply for the PNPKI digital certificate. Second po, in regards naman po doon sa the pair of keys, if you have a sensitive information naman po, outside, okay, you can use it. And third po, hindi lang po kasi to transfer sensitive information. You can actually again sign a document po using the digital certificate po. Okay, so yun po siya, sir. So I think the last po yung if it is redundant, I think it's not redundant since the digital certificate po issued two certificates. One is for the authentication po, and second is for signing. I think for the signing of documents, kapag gusto nyo magpumirma in a procurement related documents, you can actually use the digital certificate or the digital signature.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Can we deactive our digital, ito po. Okay, Marvin G. Can we cancel our application for digital signature, then reapply one we want to use it? Can we deactive our digital signature? Okay, so isa na lang ko, isang answer na lang po dito. Once approved po yung application po ninyo, you will be issuing na po yung account of the PNPKI. Now, if you want or if you don't want to use it already, please notify us po to revoke your certificate. Pag sabing revoke po, lahat po ng succeeding signing of your documents invalidate na po siya. Okay? Now, can we deactive your digital signature? You can actually in your part, you can actually deactivate it but by not using it. Make sure na i-delete po ninyo yung installation of your signing and authentication certificate in your computing device para po hindi makagamit yung ibang tao. Okay? For the PNPKI po, the digital certificate actually has a validity of 2 years. So after 2 years, you need to reapply it for a new one. So ganun po siya, Marvin. So you can only cancel po of your you can only actually cancel your application lang po bago namin kayo ma-issue ng certificate. So ibig sabihin po nun, if you're no longer interested, we will tag it as canceled application. But once we issued you already yung inyong digital certificate, the best thing that we can do is to revoke your digital certificate, meaning po hindi nyo na magagamit po yung inyong digital certificate. And once you want to use it, you will reapply it again to us. So yun po siya.
Sir, yung kay Miss Nina Villaroso? Sir?
Okay.
Can I use my scan signature and attach it to a digital certificate or signature?
Actually, ma'am, for the scan signature po, there will be magkaiba po kasi yung digital signature and electronic signature. But you can incorporate your electronic signature to your digital signature po. So you will incorporate po siya. So meaning you will be installing your digital signature with your electronic signature po.
Sir, yung kay Sir Marvin G.
Okay.
How is signature different from the DocuSign app used in international jurisdiction like Spain and UK?
Okay, so actually po, for the digital certificate po, we have actually the root CA or the root certificate authority. So, yung pong PNPKI is under a government digital certificate. Okay? So, meron po bang private individual din na nag-i-issue ng digital certificate? Yes, meron tayong mga private din na nag-i-issue din po ng digital certificate. But in terms of the government po, it's only the DICT can issue a digital certificate to the public in terms of the government po siya, pag government transaction.
Sir, yung kay Chico DJ, pwede po ba ang batch application ng PNPKI?
Okay, pwede po bang batch up? Yes, actually, if we have a DPO or the Data Privacy Officer, the PNPKI LC2 team can coordinate po to the DPO para sa DPO na lang po yung mag-collect ng information ng application forms po ng mga applicants and it will send it to us po. So, pwede po yung batch application in the PNPKI. Next, madali lang ba siyang install sa computer? So, we providing you a manuals po. So, sa manuals naman po is easy lang po ang pag-install ng manuals as long as you follow po yung installation manuals po natin. Medyo technical lang po siya ng konti when it comes to the installation. Pero yung paggamit po ng digital signature, madali lang po siya. Pwede ba ako mag-apply ng PNPKI account para sa ibang tao? This is a good question. Diba? Example po ako, I have a assistant. Example, I have assistant. Siya yung mag-a-apply in behalf po sa akin. Pwede po ba yun? The answer is yes, as long as you have a authorization letter.
Okay? So may authorization letter ka that represent na ikaw talaga yon and be notarized. Kaya masyado tayo stricto. Notarized po siya. Okay? You have a notarized na siya po pinapa-allow nyo kasi you have a health condition or something, or you have a health problem na siya yung in-authorize nyo kapag mag-apply ng digital signature. Pero po, kapag verification process, kayo po mismo yung haharap po kay our assistant. Hindi po pwede si assistant nyo yung mag-appear in your behalf. So need po mismo na yung taong nag-a-apply for verification process. Pero pag nag-submit ng documents po, pwede naman ng ibang tao. As long as meron pong authorization letter. Okay, the validation of this is how many years? We have 2 years po. Your digital signature is valid for 2 years. So after 2 years po, you can reapply it for a new one. But yung mga previous certificate na sign po ninyo is already valid. But as digital certificate signed after the revocation is invalid. Okay, next. Nagbibigay ba ng technical support ang DICT para ma-install ang PNPKI lalo kung hindi maalam yung end user? Yes, actually yes. PNPKI provides technical support for those who need po talaga na mahirap talagang magkalikot po in the technology or in the computing device. You just email us lang po kung ano po yung need po ninyong assistance from the PNPKI team. Okay, next po, from Jojo Ginto. Pag communication, paano po pag may need i-copy furnish? How can the furnish office open the e-doc kung wala siyang private key or hard copy lang ang ibigay? Follow-up question ko lang po ito. Is the communication is a private communication or not po? Pag sabi mong private, ibig sabihin po ikaw at ako lang. That's a private communication.
Well, it's an office communication, sir. Na kailangan kong ma-inform din yung office na furnishan ko.
Okay. So for this naman po, kasi in the authentication po talaga, they need a private key intended po to unlock the document, or else po if the sender po is not providing an authorization to the intended recipient, yung kahit yung nag-copy furnish po, hindi po niya mababasa yung document.
Okay.
So what private entities in the Philippines which is issued PKI, are these recognized as official for the government transaction? So this is a good question. So what private entities in the Philippines? As of now, we are still coordinating with the private agency po for the recognition of this government transaction po. Since the PNPKI is mandated by the executive order, which I present earlier po, is for the e-government transaction. Okay, for e-government transaction po siya. Next po, may password ba ng paglalagay ng digital signature sa isang document for security po? Yes. Okay, yes. May password po siya. So you when you back up your digital certificate po, you are required to input the password. Okay? So required po na maglagay po kayo ng password sa digital signature nyo. So para po pag nag-sign po kayo ng documents, you can actually input or type your password po bago nyo i-sign siya at i-save. Okay? Okay po. I think for the last question na po, it's already been 5.
Yes, sir. Last question na lang po.
Okay, we'll just answer po na lang yung remaining question via email. So for the last question, may certain documents po ba kung saan pwede gamitin ang digital signature at limited din ba siya per hardware kung saan ka naka-installed? Okay, may certain documents po ba kung saan pwede gamitin? Yes po, may certain documents po siyang pwedeng gamitin ang digital signature. Yung pong sinabi ko kanina is it's either PDF po or the fax rate, DigiSigner, or the Microsoft Word or any word processing processing application. Okay, example, OpenOffice, yan po yung mga word processing applications po natin, the Microsoft Word, like that. Okay, meron po kasi nagtanong dito. Last na po talaga to, last na to. Tinatanggap ba sa bangko ang digital signature? It depends on the bank, but because a bank has a policy po kasi. So they have an internal policy to recognize the digital signature. But for the DICT, we are coordinating with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas po para ma-recognize po yung digital signature. So we are still in a coordination po with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Okay po, so I think that's it po. So marami pong salamat sa inyong oras po and I hope may natutunan po kayo sa akin and I hope it's cleared regarding the PNPKI. Okay po.
Sir, maraming salamat Sir Koji. Sa aming tatlong lecturers, thank you for them. Si Attorney Marvin, si Sir Martinez, Cleo, wala na yata siya. And sir, thank you very much. You made this very monumental itong lecture na ito. So in closing po, may we request to give our closing remark. Again, for a very meaningful closing remark, our Assistant Regional Director, Attorney Elmo Duque, for the closing remark. Sure.
Okay. Hello.
Sir.
Hello.
Sir, good afternoon po.
Yeah, magandang hapon sa ating lahat, and in behalf of our good Regional Director, Attorney Temi Pilambino, I'm very grateful to speak for in his behalf, and we are extending our deep appreciation to DICT through the leadership of Director Reynaldo TC, the Director of DICT Region 3 as well as Region 4A, and the facilitators as well in your person. I'm so amazed, Lalan, of that wonderful facilitation that you did today, and our speakers in the person of Attorney Marvin Garland, Cleo Martinez, as well as Koji Marquez. It's such a very enlightening moment, a moment when everybody is afraid, when everybody is in a state of inactivity. But this moment has made us grow intellectually in the world of data privacy, both in the concept of the processing of data in which we gather or collect the data, we dispose of the data or retain the data, we transmit the data, as well as we reproduce the data and store the data. For which reason, we are the accountable officers under the command of our DPO, either serving as PIC or under serving as subordinates of the DPO. In which case, the Office of the Regional Director is very grateful to the leadership of the 6 PES today in the absence of Attorney Peng. The rest of the Kapamilya, the election officers and election assistants of the 7 provinces who have attended this webinar, and the Office of the ORED in the leadership also of Atalolet, Shannon, and the rest who have attended this. We are very, very grateful to you, and We are ready for September 1, that is Tuesday, for the resumption of our continuing registration. In behalf again of the ORED, we want to say thank you to all for your sacrifice and for your participation, and keep safe. God bless us all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you po. And before po na we close this, may we give you some please tingnan nyo na lang po yung link for those who would have to respond doon sa cost evaluation. And then lastly, bibigay po namin yung last na webinar code. Wala. Ito po yung last na webinar code natin. Nawala po yung aming, if you could see. Medyo nagka-technical error. So, as a reminder po, hanggang bukas po yung ating late submission po dyan. No? Oh, hello, sir.
Sir JR.
Sir JR.
Pasuyo.
Sir JR.
I'm not open, sir.
Hello, Sir JR.
Nakatulog yan, ha? Sa screen.
Hello, sir. Pwede pakipost na lang yun. Naka-technical problem dito. Yung
post-evaluation.
Yung link po nila sa post-evaluation. At saka yung last webinar code. Yes, sir. Yung last po. Apo, at saka yung last webinar code nila.
Ako din naman ako. Ako din.
Ayan po. Okay, yan po yung last na webinar code natin. At saka yung link. No, kanina po. Yan po yung link po natin. Para po sa post-evaluation. Okay na. So thank you po. That ends po yung lecture for today. Thank you po sa support and participation ng bawat isa. Salamat po.
Thank you po.
Ha? Ay, Thank you po sa lahat. Thank you po sa
Thank you po.
Thank you po, Sir Thank you po.
Thank you
Salamat
po.
Salamat. Ingat po.
Salamat po.
Marvin.
Lalan.
Thanks po. Thank you po. Bless po. Bye-bye.
Thank you po.
Na? Huwag mo. Ayan, D pa. Ano yan? D.
Thank you po.
D pa. PNKI. Ayun. First webinar kami. First webinar kami. Oh. First webinar. Second daw yan. Yung kanina, meron eh. Ito siya. Diba? Wait ako lang din. Meron na. Meron na.
Last webinar po, hindi lang po na-edit.
Second webinar ko.
Third po yan, third.
Okay.
Sandali.